Anyway, let's do the next set now. So next set, I recommend. I think this is the. I think you should raise this set if you're doing a blind run. I recommend you raise this set. I think this set is more dangerous than the 8190. Like if you had to choose what to raise with your 3 raisings and you never found another raising again, which is unlikely, but like if that happens, I think you should raise this. Something I never quite mentioned about the raisings is the reason raisings are such a big deal, you know, how you're gonna ration them for the end game, is because you can no longer drop raisings starting from 81 all the way to the end. So basically, once you do the 71 to 80 set, that's the last set where you can actually pick up raisings. Once you get into the 80 plus, the 81, 82, etc., you can no longer pick up a raising. So if you enter 81 with 2 raisings, that's all you have, rather than the 8190 later on. So just a heads up. I think this set's fairly dangerous. Okay, so on this set, so this is the first set where monsters are starting to be tanky again. They'll be quite tanky. This is where you're going to experience some time issues on tanks and healers. On DPS, you should not really experience time issues unless you're taking a long time. Like, only 2 ways I see you having time issues on DPS: if you're taking a long time to fight monsters, like you keep hesitating to pull things, or you are exploring way too much, right? Like you're taking 10 minutes to check every chest in every floor. That's if you don't do either of these things, I really don't think you should be running into time issues. So, and talking about time issues, so in Yo, I will show you right now. So you see the HP the monster have right now? 300k, 300k, right? They have about 300k, 310 probably, if you average it out. Now, if I check the last set, do you notice that the HP barely is higher? It's like 340, right? On average. It's only 30k more. It's a 10% increase of HP. So the way it's structured in EO, once you reach 61, the difficulty time-wise does not increase that much. So like what you need to use for time on 61 is the same stuff you'll need to use for time on every set starting from now, right? So you have, if you're coming from POTD and MLI, you have to like get in your brain that your time management starts now. Like you don't want to save your palms on 6170 to try and use more later on. If you do this, then you will time out. Like you're much more likely to time out. You have to start using your palms for time now until the end. And there's never going to be like a huge spike in like, there's no point, because in Heaven on High, if I show you Heaven on High, so for reference, this is the same set, 6170. You see the monsters have like 35k. Now, if I look at the last set, well, the monsters have twice that HP, right? They have like 70k on average. They have 100% HP increase, but then EO is a 10% HP increase between the 2 sets. So yes, get it out of your brain that you have to save your palms. Like this, you must start using your palms there. That's, you saved up for 6100. So like I said, though, this is more true for tanks and healers, but it's still good to know for everyone, for every job, that like the HP increase doesn't really increase in the end game. It stays like a very constant value. So anyway, so this set specifically, you got this guy. He's a bit like the big stone guys earlier. There's a cone and a point blank AoE, telegraph boat. Tarot puts a stacking poison on you, goes up to 8 stacks. On DPS, this can catch you off guard. Like if you fight a Tarot and then like another Tarot, and now you have 8 stacks, then it will actually start shocking you pretty badly. So just keep your eyes on your health. From this point on, by the way, if you're playing DPS, I would almost potion every monster, especially if you're not sure its damage what its damage output is. I would potion every monster. You can fight all of these easily 1v1, but you gotta make sure you're keeping your health in check through potion or defenses or whatnot. Because I'm saying it because you're not gonna see that too much on warrior, because I'm very tanky naturally, but like it's why it's not like a huge upside, because you'll get the same effect on DPS. It's gonna cost you your potions. So Cobra, this is a patrol with another like elbow drop kind of move. So he does just a circle AoE, and then after this, if you're ever behind him, he'll do a quick untelegraph backwards AoE. He also has another mechanic. When he dies, he'll explode, and he'll put a pretty fat vuln on you, a 50% vuln on you. If you're on DPS, you'll feel that. Like 50% vuln, it could definitely make some monsters hit your ass without steal. So just make sure that you keep this in mind. If you kill him from a distance, you'll be like out of the range of the vuln. Also, if you stun him before he dies, you will also not get the vuln. Okay, Diplo, not that bad by itself. But this guy, he does a huge point blank AoE at some point. If any of... This is a weird mechanic. Sorry, almost choked on my own saliva. So this is a weird mechanic. When he does a point blank, if there's any monster that is in that AoE, and by I mean any like other monster, well, that monster will get an evasion buff for 3 minutes, and it's a massive evasion buff. Like I'm not sure what the value is, but I think it's above 50% evasion rate. Essentially doubling the amount of times it's going to take you to kill like the other monsters. So whenever you find this guy, you just want to make sure you're like away from everything, and you really want to try and make sure there's no patrol around. And if there is a patrol around, I would maybe even consider using like a witch or something, or it's kind of like it gives you a patrol that for 3 minutes you can't really deal with because it's gonna take you so much time to kill, right? It's just make sure you keep them like far away from other things. Okay, pretty dangerous patrol. So he doesn't do much. He only does a point blank. He like teleports on you, and then he does a point blank AoE, but there's plenty of time to move out. Now, he has a mechanic, though. If you are ever below 20% HP, it's 30 or 20%. It says 20% there. I would just think of it as 30% just to be safe. If you're ever below 30% HP, he will one-shot you, and you cannot, like, you can't outplay it. Like, if you just dip below that value, he will teleport on you and kill you instantly. So, like, these guys are very dangerous to be, like if you're fighting something else, especially on a DPS, and you're like being greedy with your potion usage, and then this guy turns around the corner and like just attacks you while you're at 30% HP, then you'll die instantly. Just something to keep in mind. Definitely top priority monster to kill whenever you see it. Monitor doesn't do anything, just does a cone. Goro is like a he's like a manticore, kinda. He's a way easier though. So he does, when you pull him, shortly in combat, he'll do an untelegraphed frontal cone. And it does not have a cast bar. It's his animation. You have to look at his animation. He's gonna raise up his arm. It's very obvious. He's gonna raise up his arm, and he's gonna like slash down. If you are ever behind him, he'll do the same untelegraphed no cast bar thing, but he'll do it behind him. He's gonna like raise up his tail, and then he's gonna swipe behind him. So yeah, just make sure that you can bait. Honestly, you can bait the one behind. It's up to you. Especially if you're playing a DPS, monsters start to hurt quite a lot there. As you can see there, auto attack 11k. Most of the high damage monsters, auto attack wise, will do about 11k. So on DPS, no steal, they'll kill you in about 6 attack if you have no regen running. With regen running, you'll probably survive, you know, like 9-10 attacks usually. So plenty. But yes, if you ever want to bait the back thing, you can do it. It's not like an instant cast. It's the same as the frontal cleave. It's the same cast time essentially. They're not that bad. They're patrols though. This is a very bad monster to like have a multiple in, because if this guy is involved, you have no cast bar to look at. You have to look at his animations to just deal with his mechanics. Okay, this guy is like the snail in the previous set, like the Emir. He'll put same thing. You put a reflect, and everything I said about the snail is the same there. So auto attack damage will instantly kill you. Highly recommend you just sheath your weapon whenever this thing comes out. Yeah, just sheath your weapon. Basilisk, he does a gaze followed by a point blank AoE on himself. Not too bad. Anala does he does a 10 buster, but honestly it doesn't hurt too much. And then he just does a telegraph circle after this. Perfected, pretty weak. All he does is he does a knockback on you. It's like a 10 buster knockback. Just make sure you're facing a wall. Well, make sure your back is towards a wall, so you don't get pushed into a room or something. Falak is So he does nothing, but if you're ever away from him, like if you're ever a long distance away from him, well, a long distance, like let's say, if you're ever like 6 yalms away from him or so, he'll start casting Electric Cheshire, which is a donut, a huge donut. So like in solo, essentially, you don't see that too often. But I just be worried if you're kiting away from this guy, at some point he'll stop moving and he'll start casting the Cheshire move. So like either just go back in or you can LOS it, but I would recommend you just kind of stand still when you're fighting these guys. Palion is a bit like the POTD frog. He'll pull you in, then he'll do a circle, a point blank on himself. It's a late telegraph. Yeah, it's a late telegraph. He always does it after Sticky Tongue. Now, specifically for POTD, like if you're coming from POTD, he does not stun you if you're not facing the tongue move. So you don't have to like face him or anything like that. He's just gonna like draw you in and then do the move. But there's no stun involved in any of this. And from this point on, mimics are gold, so you can no longer stun them. Also, mimic starts hurting. So as you can see, 15k damage. Kind of remains the same, right? Yeah, so see from this point on, I'm pretty sure mimic just start hurting. Well, according to the website, they start doing the same damage, but I think they start just hurting at basically around their maximum damage. They start doing a lot of damage. So if you're a DPS, this monster might give you trouble at this point. This is not a bad thing to steal. This is not a bad thing to lethargy. Not a bad thing to witching if you got them to spare. Especially if you have like a gloom or something. These fights can get a bit messy. So just keep that in mind. It's nowhere near POTD and MLI. Like fighting a Mimate there, it's nothing like fighting a Mimate in MLI, for example. But they can definitely kill you even if you have your potion up the whole time. So they'll require some kiting or a steal, you know, or something else. Usually you'll be fine just fighting. If you have a lot of room to move, usually you can fight it. I would say though, usually it's probably going to be a steal, especially if there's any debuff. So just get a feel for it, right? If you have a raising and you get a mimic, fight it for a little bit, see what kind of damage you're taking. And then if you think it's too high, then you can steal. If you think it's not too high, then you can just fight it like that. Now in my case, I'm warrior. So you're really not gonna feel that damage. Like you're really not gonna see the damage I'm taking being an issue on warrior. But this set will give you a good idea of the amount of damage you're taking, because the amount of damage you're taking on this set, it's pretty much the amount of damage you're gonna be taking on every set from now on. Like it's very close. There's just a few outlier monsters that like they happen to do much higher damage than the other ones. But like the amount of constant damage is pretty close between all the sets from now on. So yes, so there was a lot to talk about. So in the case of my other guides, I intentionally didn't pick up too much from the chest. For EO, I can't really do that because it's just built in a way that you will pick up a lot from chests, so I will not really prevent myself from using what I find. Just ahead, unless it gets like very degenerate, maybe I'll stop myself, but you should expect to see like starting from now, you should expect to see like, you know, 10 plus clones, many strain, many storms, right? You're gonna see many lethargies, probably you're gonna see 15 lethargies, probably like 10 to 15 lethargies from now until the end. You're gonna see a lot of commanders. Do not hesitate to use them. Like I told you, it's the same HP values from now on until the end. It's very important to remember this. Very important. If there's one thing you want to remember from the guide, it's this, that the HP values are the same between all the sets from now on. And I do recommend you raise this if it's the first time you're up there. Even if you have 2 raisings, like maybe you can hesitate, but if you have 3, I would 100% raise this if you've never been there. Alright, so like I said, we're gonna start using our pumps a little more aggressively now. Let's just try. So this guy does a circle followed by I'll show you the elbow drop thing. Whip back, it's this. On telegraph. Yeah, also the jukebox gets a bit weird, starting from 61, so there's like polls for mixes and everything for any club enjoyer. If you're behind the snake or you're like a distance away from it, then it's fine, right? So see, this is the perfect example. This pole looks like it's great being a warrior because there's like 2 monsters and I can fight them both. But then keep in mind, if I was a DPS, I would probably blown up the snake before the other one even got close, right? So it's like, just gotta keep that in mind. So see, we got the Vuln there, which severely increased the damage I'm taking. It's a 50% Vuln. So a little trick, if you have a stun, like I said, you can stun this guy before he dies. Right before he dies. And if you do, then he doesn't explode when he dies, which means you don't get a Vuln. If you're a ranged job, you can also just stand away from it. And then when it explodes, you'll be out of range. So the Diplo... so this guy, like I said, just does a bait AoE, which will buff its allies with evasion. So you just want to make sure there's nothing nearby. You cannot stun. This thing. Now, if you yourself stand in this, it actually put a very weird thing on you. It'll remove your steel, and it will put a Vuln down on you for like a few minutes. So it's not gonna outright kill you, but I definitely would not recommend getting hit by it, especially because it's such a long cast too. So at this point, we really only care about finding the key and leaving every floor, no exception, as fast as we can. It's very unlikely you'll have to like actually explore the floors, because it's very unlikely you'll be missing resource. So I would just kind of hurry up through every floor. So this is the poison guy. He goes up to 8 stack. We're not gonna feel it too badly on tank, but on DPS you'd feel that. If you fight this guy and then you fought like another one right after, you would probably go up to like 6-7 stacks, which would start to hurt. But if you just fight one, probably you're gonna have 3 or 4 stacks on DPS. So and as a reminder, if you're not a tank or a healer, this is where you would really want to be using your potion almost every pull. At least until you get comfortable with the monsters and then you know their damage input, right? But if you don't know their damage output, then you want to make sure you have a potion rolling at all times. Now your odds of finding a raising again are not that low. They're not that low. Like, I don't know, if I had to give you a percentage, I'd say you're probably 80% likely to find your raising again. So you're very likely to be able to raise all the sets from now on. But it can happen that you don't have a raising, that you don't find another raising, then you have only 3 raising for the 4 last sets. If that happens though, don't worry. This set is more dangerous than one of the sets coming up, so... So raising this, never a bad decision. Unless you're confident you can get... Like, unless you've already done this set and you're like... You're confident, right? If you are, don't raise it. So the 6 minute per floor, like, roll will be very used there. If you're a low DPS job, especially. So every floor I'm gonna check what's time like. So see, this floor looks like it's going to be about 6 minutes once I'm done with the next kill. So we're going to be exactly on pace, however we use a strength for it. Now, that is crazy to have 2 flights, because I don't think I even flighted at anything, at any point. Only 2 flights in 61 floors is a bit crazy. Is the tutorial being done on Warrior just to be similar to PTN MLI? Yes, for two reasons. First reason is because since I did the tutorial on Warrior for the other two Deep Dungeon, it's a nice continuity to do it on Warrior again. Second reason is that it personally lets me show off more of the fighting for the monsters, and also lets me show like time management a little bit. Because if I was playing a DPS, I wouldn't really be able to show time management because I would probably have 20 minutes on every set, right? But don't worry, I put the disclaimer many times now at this point that this is not the best job, in my opinion, to Kiriyo. The best job to Kiriyo is whichever job you can play the best while looking at your hotbars. And then if you're god at every job, then probably something like Red Mage Machinist is like the actual best. But number one priority is playing something that you don't have to look, like you don't have to stare at your hotbar to play. Number one priority. So we got a Storm there. Too bad. I mean, I'll use it if I need it. And I do need it. 9 kill is very high, by the way. You shouldn't expect 9 kill often. No, I don't think Warrior is better in DT in EO. It's pretty much the same as before. For the purpose of clearing anyway. Alright, so see there, we're a bit behind, so we obviously should use something. Let's use an F once and an altar. Whatever I have at 3 is a good candidate to be used. Got a fortune. Of course your fortune should be used when they're at 3. Not doing a very good job at this. So this guy does nothing. Just when you pull him, he's a bit weird because he's gonna like do this very long like standing up animation, but that's it's only a weirdness. It doesn't really do anything. We got Lethargy there. So you know, Lethargy and my altar gave me mimics, so it would not be a bad time to storm. So what would a storm look like? I mean, you try to avoid annoying monsters, which definitely this guy is one of them, but what we can do is we can do a little trick where we just wait for him to cast. Then we start the storm, right? Then we can pull the mimics. And then we just see if we can get close to another room, right? Yeah, this room's not bad. Alright, so let's just pull there. Let's do a storm there. Now this is Lethargy, so I have plenty of time to do everything. That's the upside, of course. And there we go, we're out. Whenever you have whenever you got a Lethargy running, don't hesitate to be a little more confident in like doing quote-unquote risky things. That's what it's there for. That's what it's there for. Now there's a proximity. These guys are proximity, unfortunately, so we have to kill this one. See what I made there. This will happen. I would, if a chest is like on the way, I would not hesitate to check, even if it might be a mimic. Yes, it's gonna lose you time sometimes, but if the chest is right there, it's probably overall gonna gain you time. You know, if you check over the course of the entire run. The only reason I would not check a chest on the way is if it being a mimic would put me like in a very bad spot, like gameplay wise, right? Because like, for example, let's say I'm in the middle of a treasure room and then I can get out now, but then everything's gonna move back soon. then a Mimic would be bad, because then I wouldn't actually maybe die from it, you know. So yeah, these guys are much tankier than your monsters. You're really gonna feel it. They also hurt a lot more. Now, if you were a DPS there, you would not have checked that goal while you were fighting the Diplo, because then that would have been a lot of damage. But if you just got that Mimic after, like, it was fine, right? You could have fought this guy, probably just if you tried a little backwards. If not, you could have just stealed and been fine too. Up to you, because you don't really need steal for the monsters themselves, so... So next floor we have 3 Flight, 3 Alter, we have 3 Dread, 3... Like, we have 3 of a lot of things, right? So we can choose what we want to use. Just keep in mind that the regular pace is 6 minutes per floor. Right now we're just right on the pace. And, you know, being just on the pace is not good enough. We already want to be... Always want to be a little ahead. So let's Flight this time. Flight Strength, right? Yes, I have a Picto VODs for everyone on my YouTube channel. If you go in the recent ones, it shouldn't be too far from the top. So there's 2 patrols there. I have 3 Fortune, might as well. Even if it's flighted, I think you should still Fortune if you have 3. Now, the reason I use a Strength, by the way, before I entered the floor, was because I had 3, so I wanted to use 1. And also, if this was in case this was going to be the no item enchantment, then at least I would have a Strength running. Because no matter what this floor is, I'm fighting it, since it's flighted. And flight reducing the amount of things you need to kill, it kind of pushes me into fighting the floor, right? That there's not really any reason to do something else. So I was gonna fight this no matter what. Like, if this was terrible debuffs, I would have Serenity. So we safety. Safety is very strong if you know you'll have to kite. Especially if you're playing a DPS. Like, let's say you pull a Mimic, and then you could kite him around a room, but like, you want to make sure you don't hit a trap. That would be a great time to safety, for example. It might save you a steal. Or even a witching. Alright, take care of all the patrols. Most important thing to do. How do you deal with treasure rooms that are in the way, especially if you already killed a few things already? So if it's in the way, but like the key is not inside, if you're like towards the end of a set, you could always sack with a raising, right? Like, kill yourself with a raising. If the key is in, or like you don't want to sack, usually what you'll do is you'll try to see which side is the most viable, and then you'll try and just kill monsters on that side. Usually it's gonna take like 5 or 6 things to kill. If your time is good, that's probably what I'll do. If your time is bad, and like you just don't have time to deal with the bullshit in that room, but like you still gotta get through, right? I would have free Dread there. Well, in that case, we're probably looking at something like a Witching Storm. A Witching Fortune Storm would probably be the best thing to do. Because then it's going to... It's like, since you need to get past this anyway, we have a Dread, but I was thinking maybe I won't use it, but it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I mean, if you need to get through the room anyway and you don't have time to deal with just single targeting the monsters, then Witching Storm would be a great thing. It's gonna save you time, it's gonna give you pickups, right? And it's hard to get a good storm, like, you know, more easily than that. This was a 5-kill flight, by the way. Pretty unlucky. Pretty high. Now we got Mimic. I mean, if the game gives me bad floors, I don't mind at all. It's only gonna make a better VOD. Because for EO, I'm pretty confident I can clear no matter what orange I get. So we're looking at the pace there, 6 minutes per floor. This guy's gonna die at 43. That means we're gonna be a minute ahead, but I still have pumps at 3, right? Still got an altar at 3, so we'll just alter. No reason not to. We even have Dread at 3. Dread is pretty precious. So it's like, if I'm using my palms, it's like one of the last things I'll use usually. I don't really care about overcapping the Dread personally. But it happens. I use them, I use like 1 or 2 usually. Between the 61 to the 80. So we got a flight there. We'll use a flight. I do recommend, by the way, what I'm doing right now, using my pumps at 3. I do recommend you do this even on DPS. On DPS, like you probably won't run into time issues, but I still recommend you use your pumps that are at 3. Because it's just gonna gain you so much time that then you don't have to stress about time ever, right? If you just do this on DPS, it's almost guaranteed that you only have to worry about the fights themselves. On tank, we might have to think a little more, but on DPS, if you just use what's at 3, it's gonna be easy peasy. So we got a lethargy there. Now we can try and get an explosion on this. We did not. With this being the last guy of the 3, am I gonna make suggestions on which order to do the deep dungeon for the first time completion? You'd probably tell people Evan I first, but you're curious what I would say. I mean, I feel like I feel like any of the order is fine. Like, if you want to start with the fresh, you know, the freshest one, then you want to start with EO. And a lot of people, that's what they want to do, right? They just care about the recent one. You would start with EO. Now, if you're going into it and you're like, your mindset is, I want to do all 3 deep dungeons, which one should I start with? And you know you're going to do all 3. There's like, you can either start with EO because it's the one that's the most unique out of all of them. So like, you want to like get it out of the way first. But the opposite also works, right? Like, you could start with POTD and Evan High because then because it's so different, then what's gonna happen if you do POTD and Evan High is when you get to EO, you're probably gonna destroy this place because your deep dungeon like skills will just overwhelm EO, right? Like there's benefits to starting with both, honestly, like both ways. Like, personally, my order was I did Evan High first, then POTD, then EO. That was the order I did things. I think starting with Evan High, like if you know you're gonna do all 3, I think starting with Evan High might be the best thing. Because it's like it's the one where you get to the really hard part the fastest. So like, personally, I felt like I improved way faster by starting at Evan High rather than if I had started at POTD. But then EO is very different, right? So it's hard to say. I feel like if you want to start fresh EO, if you want to do all 3 and then you don't really care about something with the fresh one, I would probably do something like Evan High, POTD, EO. I also think if you start with EO, you might struggle more going backwards than if you start with the other 2, because then EO is very different, especially the amount of damage you're taking, right? If you start with EO on, like, let's say Machinist, and then you go in Evan High Machinist, the amount of damage you're taking is gonna like catch you off guard, right? But then if you do the opposite, you start with Evan High and then you do EO, then the amount of damage you're taking will still catch you off guard. But then when you get to EO, you'll be like, wow, this is no damage, right? Like, it'll be just good. You see how little damage you're taking. We picked up a storm there, so we're looking to use it, possibly. We still have 3 flights, 3 altars, just using whatever's at 3. Oops. That was weird. So right now, 6 minutes per floor, that means I have 24 minutes spent. We're gonna be out of there at 38-ish. So we're 2 minutes ahead right now. Like, trust me, it looks like I'm picking up a lot, and I am, but like your typical EO experience will look like this. Like you will very often pick up a lot. At this point I have like 60 runs in EO. There's almost no runs where I ran out of resource. Got damage down. This is flighted. So this is a reflect. I fought him a few times in Lethargy, but let me actually fight him just like normally to show you. Is it like the snail? Same thing. So he's gonna do the move's called Smoldering Still, I believe. So when he does this, sheath your weapon. This thing, sheath your weapon. Don't interact with it. Wait until it runs out. Then attack. He will probably do it again in combat if you're playing a low DPS job. Now you can stun this guy too, and he's easier to stun when he's gonna do it because it's a longer cast. So it's a little better if you have a stun. It's a little safer to stun this guy rather than the snail. He's about to do it again, like this, because you have more time to react. Like the snail, you don't really have time to react. You have to know what's coming. This one, you have time to react. But it's very dangerous. Never be greedy against the reflect monsters. If you've done POTD, you know the imp has a reflect mechanic too. On the higher sets, it's the same mechanic. It's the same mechanic as the imp. It works exactly the same, reflecting your auto attack damage. But like the difference is in POTD, it doesn't one-shot you, right? That's why we have to respect it a little less. So this guy does a tank buster. Doesn't hurt too much, even on DPS. Like it's 4 hits, but it's the same damage as his auto attack roll. It's like a bit more than his auto attack overall, so it's not that bad. And anyway, after the 10 buster, he just does a circle, then he just repeats that pattern. You see, the auto attack is 3,500, but then when he does the 10 buster, it's like 4,000. So it's very close. Generally Neo, if a monster has a tank buster, its auto attack damage is low to compensate, right? Like you'd think that if it has a tank buster, it does high damage, but usually, not true for everything, but most monsters, if they have a tank buster, they have low damage. So they're actually less dangerous. The most dangerous auto attackers are the ones that have no abilities and no tank buster. You can stun this guy, by the way. So we got Dread Beast. Don't mess around with them unless you were gonna storm anyway. But even if you were gonna storm anyway, like be very cautious of these guys. Especially if you're a DPS, it will one-shot you 100% if you pull it, even with steel. Oop, that was weird. That was an altar. So keep in mind the clone rate is also pretty high. It gets crazy on the last 2 sets, but it's still a pretty good chance to get a clone right now. Just like I wanted to so if that ever happens to you, like you're fighting something, like let's say you're fighting something and you, or you're just traversing a room and then you hit a Lorraine accidentally. So like you're like fighting, you're like, oh fuck, you know, like now you gotta do something, right? I recommend you witching ASCP if you can afford a witching, and then decide what you're gonna do. Now if you can recognize the monsters are easy, I mean you can just single target them, right? But if you don't, you feel like you don't have time to like really like register what's good, what's not good, I would Dread or Storm. I would witch chain on Storm. Something like this. If you ever step on the Lorraine accidentally, because it might happen. It's very likely that it's gonna happen. So just if you've got the witch chain to spare, witch chain. If you don't have the witch chains to spare, I would Storm like instantly or Lethargy, depending on like your comfort level. Because if you Lethargy, you're probably that's funny that I picked up the Storm after showing this, but yes, if you Lethargy, you're kind of like going to do something about them still, right? It doesn't solve the issue entirely, but like just do something quick, because if you let the monsters get to the point where they start doing their casts, then it's gonna get ugly like too fast, right? Like you, as soon as you step on the Lorraine, monsters give you like a few seconds. The monsters give you a few seconds when you step on Lorraine to decide what you're gonna do. You gotta use these few seconds to do something. So as you see there, I said clones were common, and we picked up 2 clones on the same floor. One of them is an Onion Knight. Onion Knight is the best one by far. So what I recommend you do with Onion Knight is, as soon as you find one, and you might find one very early on, by the way, I recommend you always keep that Onion Knight. You always keep it, and you only use it in 2 situations. You use it, first of all, if you ever get to a boss on a set, and then your time is quite bad, right? Like, you know you're really lacking time. You might actually time out. Then that Onion Knight is like your emergency, like, you know, like panic. Oh shit, I might time out thing. Because Onion Knight does a shit ton of damage, right? It's like summoning a personal Pictomancer for your own needs. So I recommend you keep it for that. And if you never are in that situation, and that might happen, right? You might never be in that situation. We do have free serenity there, doesn't really matter though. So if you've never in a situation where you need to use Onion Knight and you just carry it all the way to the end, that's perfect, because on 99, I would really recommend you do Onion Knight on 99. So that Onion Knight is your 99 Onion Knight, and if it's not, it's like your emergency Onion Knight. See it that way. So I recommend you keep one. Now, if you find another Onion Knight, then use it, right? Like it's just a regular clone. But I recommend you keep one of them. Because also the upside is, if you have Onion Knight for like the last boss every run, which honestly I have had every run Onion Knight. I think out of 60 run, I have had to Doga the last boss once. It makes the kill time very consistent for the last boss, rather than you having to like panic at like, you know, like, oh shit, it's a Doga, you know, I have too much strength, how much time is it gonna take? If you have an Onion Knight, because it does so much damage, it's a very consistent kill time on every job, and you're gonna be glad about that. So we had a treasure room there, but we didn't actually have to interact with it. Now at this point, time is 7 minutes ahead, so really not stressful. And now we got an Onion Knight, so like, so I get to the boss, and how many things can I do that will affect the kill time? Like, there's a lot, right? I can strain. What was that? I feel like I saw a spider in my room. One sec. No, I think that was just dust. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so like, how many things can I do that will affect the kill time? Quite a lot, actually, right? I can strain or dread for the Vuln. Dread is a bit desperate, right? But I could strain, I could dread, I could Doga or Yune or Knight. All 3 are different values. Or I could do a combination of any of these, right? So like, if I get to a boss, there's like 10 different ways I could have a different kill time. You know, I have a lot of like adjustment I can do. So having Onion Knight is great, because then I have an adjustment that is like nuclear, right? Like if I get to the boss with 5 minutes, well, I can probably do the boss in 5 minutes with like Onion Knight. If I get to the boss with 4 minutes, I can probably still do it with Onion Knight Dread. So it removes a lot of the pressure. By the way, this guy is... this is the patrol. It doesn't do much by itself. But if you get ganked by this guy and you're low HP, he will one-shot you for below 30%. So just heads up. Also, his proximity. So like, it's hard to avoid him when he's like in a hallway because he's proximity. So... another thing, if you're fighting this guy, make sure that you're not really... Like, usually it's fine to risk a trap while you're fighting something. But like, if you're fighting this guy specifically, do not risk a trap. Like, don't run across a room like this. Because if you hit a landmine, you're dead. You know? Like, you're dead instantly if you hit a landmine because he'll combo you with it. Just something to keep in mind. Have I ever done the 99 boss? No clones, no demi-clones? Nope, never. I've never done it. Doing the last boss with no clones would probably be... I mean, it really depends on your job, right? And some jobs would probably take 20 minutes to do it. Some jobs, I think, would probably take around 10 to do it. It'd be a very big variance in, like, the time spent. So see there, this would be not a bad time to do, like, maybe a steal or kite, you know, on a DPS job. Though we safetied, so actually, no, I could just kite this guy. I forgot I had safety. But without a safety, it would not have been a bad steal, because you don't really want to run into a room and risk a trap, right? Like, you always gotta think, when you're moving across a room, while you're fighting a monster, you always gotta think, what is the worst possible trap I could hit in combat? That's usually the owl trap. And then the question is, can I survive 30 seconds of not doing, like, anything against a monster? Usually, if you got a potion rolling, the answer is yes, you can. But, like, there's some exceptions. For example, a Mimic. I don't think you could tank a Mimic's damage on a DPS job if you were ult. It's too much damage. Now, of course, the Lorraine is worse. Like, of course, the Lorraine is worse, but, like, the Lorraine, it doesn't really matter if you hit the Lorraine in combat, because then if you hit it out of combat, you're still gonna kind of respond to it the same way, right? Like, if you hit the Lorraine out of combat, you're probably gonna Witch Chain Storm. If you hit the Lorraine in combat, you're probably gonna Witch Chain Storm too. Strength. Basilisk. This guy does a gaze followed by a point blank. If you stun the gaze like this, you will not do the jump after the point blank. So I'll show you. If you don't stun him, he'll do a point blank after this, like this. It's pretty slow cast. Now, this guy pushes you back, so you want to make sure you're not, like, fighting him like that. Okay, well, I have inner release, but you want to make sure you're not, like, you know, facing him like this, because then he's going to push you in the room. It's hard to show because inner release prevents knockbacks on a warrior, and that's your burst, so sometimes it lines up. Well, I see that's the knockback. It goes quite a distance, like probably 6-7 yawns. So you just want to make sure you're facing a hallway or something like that. Like a hallway wall, like this. So this is the frog. So I'll stun him just to show you properly. He's gonna, like, pull me in. Shortly after entering combat, he's gonna pull you in. Then after the pulling, he always does his body press move. Just move away. He will do it multiple times in the fight. So I recommend you don't stay near him like this. Like, don't stand in melee range like this, because if he pulls you in while you're there, it's hard to tell, right? But if you're in a distance like this, then he's gonna pull you in, so it's kind of easier to react. Now, again, inner release makes it hard to show. But trust me, this guy, you would rather fight max melee than in the hitbox, because it's just harder to tell in the hitbox, like, when he pulls you in. So I just want to show you something too. If you stun after this, but before the AoE... No, sorry. If you stun after the Sticky Tongue, but before he actually gets the cast off, he will still do the body press, right? So be careful if you stun this guy. Like, essentially, if you stun before he does the body press, but he already did the sticky taunt, he will always still complete it. So this guy does nothing as long as you're close to him. Now, if you go far away from him, I'll show you what happens. Well, I'm just stunning him to make it easier. So if you go far away from him, he's gonna do a donut. This is a huge donut. So I would go near him, right, to make it safer. You can LOS it, though. Which, like, might be the easiest thing to do. It might be the easiest way to do it. Because if he's casting it, it's probably because you're far away from him, because you were like kiting him or something, right? So if you're like already really far away from him, then it might be better to LOS it rather than stay close. It really depends on your situation. We got treasure room again. Luckily, we don't have to deal with it. But like I said, what would I do if I got this room and the key was like let's say the key was there, like just to say your example from earlier, like the key was there, I could do like, and at this point I already fought 6 things, right? I don't really want to spend like 7 minutes fighting. It's like, okay, what could I do? Something you can do is you can safety, and we already have a safety. Make sure there's no trap. And then what you do is you pop sprint, right in the middle of the room. Witch chain. Pull everything. Make sure you do a potion rolling, especially if you're a DPS. Even maybe counter a steal. Pull everything. Check like any chest nearby. Fortune. And then once you've done that, then you storm and you kill them. So if you do it like that, at least you're getting some pickups out of it, right? You're getting some value out of it. I recommend you do something like that if you ever have a treasure room in a bad spot. Now, if you don't have a storm, you could do something like a witch chain dread. You could just dread too. Like, you could probably just dread at the edge and kill the monsters one by one. You could try even a landmine. You could sight witch chain, try and find a landmine. You know, there's multiple ways to handle it. But yes, we don't have a conceal in there. Like, it's not like I have an eye where I could just conceal. You will have to deal with the room somehow. So 3, we got 3 of a lot. But you see, I keep using things. I keep finding that. This is a pretty typical EO experience. So we got 2 floors left. I recommend what you do when you have like 2 or 3 floors left is rather than looking at every floor as a 6-minute thing, we got another treasure room. You just subtract the kill time from the boss from your current time and see how much it's trying to take. Now it's hard to give you accurate kill times for EO for most of the bosses because there's so much variance in your kill counts, your kill times. But usually it's gonna be below 8 minutes with average usage of commanders. So like if you use like a Doga and like a strength, it's usually gonna be like 7-8 minutes for on average, right? There's some jobs gonna be faster. Its streams might be a bit slower, but like it's usually gonna be around that for the boss. So I would personally aim to have like 8 minutes on the boss, and then depending on if you get there faster, well now maybe you can use Yune instead of Doga. If you get there slower, well now maybe you can use like, you know, like maybe you can use a strength. Maybe you can even use Onion Knight if you're like really behind. And by the way, the key is there this time. So what I showed last floor would have also been fine there. But in this case, see, we found this early on, so we can just fight. There's plenty of time to fight. Now we could dread this also. Yeah, I guess I might as well show you a dread. So let's imagine this guy is not alive. Is that the third one? This set thing 3 or 4, I think, something like that. So if you are ever, a good thing you can do if you have a dread available is if you ever have a treasure room and the key is in the treasure room, something you can do is you can do a double dip dread, which is gonna save you hell of time. It's not a bad thing to do. Now, of course, in my case, I don't need to. I'm just gonna show it to you for as an example. You just check any chest that's like not too far. Let's see, we got free strength there. Now, make sure you use anything you want to use before you go to the next floor because you're not gonna be able to use commanders. And now, what you do is you make sure there's no knockback. You dread. Now you're gonna slap all the monsters you need to slap to get out as quickly as you can. And you didn't fortune because we're actually not gonna exit that dread, right? In that case. Alright, so we're out. So what we do is as soon as we're out, we'll go on the key. And now we can carry a little bit of that dread into the next floor. So now I'm going to be able to kill like maybe 6 to 9 monsters with this dread. We call this a double dip. I showed this a bit earlier. Not treasure room, well. So there we just slap monsters. And now we got very lucky in that case because we have a treasure room like on the double dip, which means I actually kill like 10 things with this dread, which is insane. Usually you'll kill like from 5 to 9 monsters, I would say, with the double dip. Now, don't... So it's tempting to keep your dread, right? That's what I mean by you gotta change your mindset. It's tempting to think that you should keep your dread. Oop, my dread ended. For like the last 2 sets, but it doesn't really work that way in EO. In EO, we just want to use whatever is at 3. We have 3 dreads. It's a good time to use it, right? In fact, I would say dread is probably even a little better on these sets than the last 2 sets. So... Be careful, by the way, if there's a ninja around and you check a silver like this and it explodes, well, the same thing, right? It's trying to put you in the one-shot range. Now, in our case, we could do the boss with no clones. We're still gonna Doga, though. I do recommend you Doga, sorry, not Doga, but clone every boss. Doga on average, Yune if you don't have quite what you need, and if you're like very stressed for time, you're looking at Onion Knight. If you're playing a high DPS job, maybe you can just strength. It's okay to just strength the bosses, but only do it if you're confident that you're not gonna mess up the mechanics of the boss, because it's gonna make it about a like 8 to 10 minute fight usually. Okay, well, whatever. There's too many ninjas. I was trying to see if I could find a raising. Alright, so this boss is the Tiger, right? Pretty easy boss. He's a bit like the last boss. He looks very complicated. And honestly, I remember the first time I did this boss in a group run, he looked so fucking hard, but he's very easy. This boss, if you've ever played Toho Project, this boss is the perfect example of like there's so much going on, but you actually just have to pay attention to like one small segment of the stream. It's exactly like a bullet hell game. So we're gonna Doga because we should clone every boss. No reason not to. So see what I use there. It's pretty much the same I'm gonna use on every set, right? So it's good, and I have 10 minutes too much right now, so there's a lot of leeway. And we're gonna find even more pickups on the last 2 sets. Keep that in mind. So anyway, this boss, pretty set in stone rotation again. He's gonna open up with a tank buster, which you can easily tank on DPS. Don't worry, you don't even need steal for it. Just make sure your potion is rolling. Okay, after this, he'll do a line AoE. Well, a line distance thing. Just make sure the thing becomes purple. Now he's gonna do donut or point blank. If he doesn't glow, it's a point blank. If he's glowing, it's a donut. But if he just starts casting and there's no magical anything going on, it's a point blank, right? That's the way I remember it. If it's not magical, it's probably just a regular point blank. After this, he's gonna do roar. It's just gonna drop a bunch of rocks. Just keep moving. Like some of them are targeted on you, so you have to keep moving. Now there's gonna be 4 crystals around the room. One of them is gonna be farther than the rest. That's the one you want to look at. Now, if the boss does the same point blank, you want to stand exactly where I am right now. It's gonna do like that triangle safe spot almost. So that's the cycle. It's the same cycle every time. The only 2 points of RNG is if he does point blank or donut on both of the mechanics. So there is the tank buster. The line AoE. By the way, if you're a tank, you can tank this. If you are very lazy like this. So this is, if he's glowing, this is a donut. Because it's magic. Magic loves donuts, like this. Roar is just the beginning of the rock. There's always going to be some of them on you. The big ones are predetermined. But the small ones are like random and on you. So we only care about the crystal, that's the forest, which also is always the fourth one dropping. Then we look at this location. See, this time he's glowing. If he's glowing, think of the triangle shape between these three crystals, and there's always a triangle safe spot in the middle like this. So that's the two variations. That's the only mechanics. Looks very complicated, but like when you know the safe spots, it's very easy actually. It's smaller triangle between the three crystals, or the bigger triangle, but like outside on the outskirts. So if we're a tank, we can tank this. If you're a DPS, with steel, you could tank this. But if you're a DPS, I wouldn't really stress about tanking this too much. There, this is a point blank because there's no magic. Roar. So same thing, the last big circle is the furthest one. The only one that interests us. This one. Now we just stand kind of there, see what he's gonna do. See, this time it's the point blank, so we just kind of stand away from the circle. Like this. Basically at the edge of the circle, you stand at the edge of the circle and kind of like between the two crystals, and that's always a safe spot. And if you're like a bit off, you have time to like adjust, so it's really not that tight. If you get hit by this, I'm not ready to like sell my soul or like swear it, but I'm pretty sure you survive filling this on DPS with steel. Without steel, I'm not sure. This is in donut. I mean, I'll fail it. I'll fail the next one intentionally. See what kind of damage it does. I'm really not sure. Alright, so furthest crystal is this one. Alright, so let's say I do fuck up and I'm like, you know, in a bad spot. I'm like somewhere like this. I mean, it does damage. I think that would kill you without steel on DPS, but you would probably survive with steel. Now, unfortunately, I only saw the pattern once, like the pattern in the middle once. But it's the easiest one to solve, so you should be fine. Like when he does the donut in the middle, I'll show you with waymarks. And just as a reminder, to do this properly, you just break the line until it's purple. Then you go in or out. Out this time. So yes, when he does the crystal mechanic, if he does the donut version of it, this is the boss and he's facing in whatever direction. There's like a crystal there. There's like a crystal there and a crystal there. I'm not sure they're exactly correct. One sec. This is the boss. There's a crystal that's like there, crystal that's like there, crystal that's something like this, crystal like this. The safe spot is like there. It's like, imagine a triangle between the furthest crystal and the two other ones are near you, and this is the safe spot. There's like a little triangle shape there. That's the safe spot when it's the donut. And when it's not the donut, then it's like you just stand at the edge of the circle, which is something like this, and then it's like between the furthest and the other one that's close to you. Very easy. It looks way harder than it is. Very easy boss once you've like seen it once. All right, so let's go to the next set now. So next set, in my opinion, this might be the hardest set in the whole place. I think the difficulty, is gonna go down, starting from 81 plus. But this set can be rough. So this is, in my opinion, the hardest set of the whole place. So if you want to pay attention to like one place, that's the place. So this set is also the same as Evan PUTD. It's the landmine set. Like the first 3 floors have a lot of landmines. Now, if you're playing DPS, I do not recommend you do the landmines because it's just really dangerous. If you're playing healer or tank, I think you can do it. I think you can do it, and I will do it just to show it off. It's like the part where you step on the landmine, it's the easiest out of all the deep dungeons because there's no crit. So like the damage you're gonna be taking is gonna be very minimal. Plus you have your level 90 toolkit, so you have like probably a lot of defenses to deal with the damage. The part that's tricky in EO is the monsters options are not great on the landmine floor. So there's a lot of monsters that they will just fuck you up really fast if you do landmine. So like on DPS, I don't think I would even entertain the idea of doing landmines there, unless you have like unless it's given to you for free. Sure, but like even then, I don't know. On tank and healer, I mean, it's nice. It's nice. I think it's worth it to do it if you have like a good way to do it. Mostly the landmines are ruined by 2 monsters, which I will explain to you all every monster. So I guess we'll just do that. But yes, the rate of landmines is much higher on the first 3 floors. The same as the other deep dungeons. So Toko doesn't do much. He does a late telegraph cone, pretty small. It has a cast bar and everything. If you get it doubles your GCD for 1 minute. It doesn't actually kill you, surprisingly, but it does do a massive slow. Don't get it. The elephant, the Primelefas, he's a bit like the frog. He's gonna do a charge. Instead of like drawing you in, he's gonna like charge you really fast. It's a very loud noise, by the way. You can't really miss it. And then after the charge, he will do a point blank on himself very fast. So you have to be moving away from him. The point blank is really small. So like as long as you're like paying attention, it's really not that bad. Just make sure you don't get caught like in a corner or something like that. Okay, Curl is very dangerous. He's a bit like the Swinge guys, you know, that we fought way earlier in the 21 set. He's the same. He does the same huge cone, but like this time one shots you, right? So that's way worse. And he will also do a elbow drop essentially, but it's also very big. So if you're ever behind him, he'll do a late telegraph elbow drop, which essentially covers the whole distance behind him. And then if you're in front of him, well, not if you're in front of him. Like otherwise, he'll just do a huge cone in front of him. It's telegraphed, but like. It's telegraph, and yes, if you're fighting him, like 1v1, it's easy to avoid. But like if this guy is in your landmine, it's unmanageable, right? You cannot have this guy in your landmine pool. This is a monster you must avoid at all costs if you're doing a landmine. And if there's too many of them, well, you just don't do a landmine. Or like you witch chain or you let her do right. It's a... Like if you're cutting away from it, it's very annoying. But if you're like fighting this guy close, it's not too bad. He's a patrol, right? That's why he's mostly annoying. Okay, this is an annoying monster. So when you pull him, he does 3 knockbacks. He does 3 charges that knock you back. So you must be facing some kind of wall, or you're gonna go quite a distance. After this, he'll do 2 telegraphed circles on you, and then after this, he'll resume the 3 charges and everything. Now, if you've got this guy for landmines, things gonna get messy really fast. Plus, he's like 1v1, his damage is not that bad, but if you're doing like, you know, multiple monsters, his damage will ramp up. Like it's gonna be very hard to manage his damage on DPS jobs. Just try and avoid this guy if you're doing landmines. If you're not doing landmines, it's fine. This ninja is exactly like the ninja on the set before, except he doesn't do any AoEs, so he's actually easier. He has a tank buster, but it's very low damage. See, his attack, his damage is like 5,500. It's very low damage. He's easier than the last set's ninjas, but same idea. Okay, Gulo. Also, we call it Croca and Bear around there. If you've ever heard Croca and Bear for 14, that's the one. So this guy, He's a bit special. When you pull him, so you know every monster, usually they wait like 2-3 seconds before doing their ability. This guy is instant. When you pull this guy, as soon as you are in range, he will instantly do his thing, his cast, right? His cast is it's very simple. It's a telegraph cone, but the catch is he does it twice. Like once the telegraph resolves, he'll swipe, but he'll do it again, right? He'll wait a second and then he'll swipe in the same position again. So this is just like basically it's an attention check, right? It's just it's checking if you're paying attention. You can't like run into his telegraph once it goes away because he'll swipe that location twice. He's not that bad. He's not that bad. He used to be bugged, which made him swipe it made him do the second swipe in like a random direction, but they fixed that. This is no longer true. He always, if he swipes in a direction, his second swipe is always in the same direction after that. Thunder Beast is a patrol, very annoying monster, very annoying. So he has two moves. He has a point blank, but it's on telegraph and no cast bar, so it's like the Gohan. You have to pay attention to his like animation, and they didn't make his animation very obvious. So like I'll show you when we're fighting him, but like it's a bit hard to know when he's doing it. And the second move he does is an untelegraphed donut, but he only does it if you're far away from him. So usually in solo, he'll only do the side tail, the point blank move. So like you should, it's pretty like consistent, the timing at which he does it. It's just a bit hard to like notice. But yeah, if you're ever far from this guy and you need to be quite far, then you will do the donut. You can LOS it, but it's very rare you're in that situation. Wolf does actually nothing. He gets like a damage buff if he's in combat for a while, but even on DPS, that is whatever. Like, see what I mean? They made every monster that has a tank buster do low auto attack damage. So even though this guy has a tank buster and a damage buff, like his damage buff brings him to the same level as like a Falak, right? Like it's really not that hard. Okay, this guy is like even on high. So after you pull him, he will after a few seconds after pulling him, he'll do a huge point blank on you pretty fast, so just make sure you move out. After this, he'll just do some tank busters, and then after this, he'll do the point blank again. Sorry, not point blank, a targeted circle on you. He'll do it again, and once he does it the second time, the next thing he'll do is Winds of Winter. It's a huge point blank AoE on telegraph. You can LOS it, and I do recommend you LOS it. I believe you can stun or sleep too. I don't think you can interrupt, but either way, usually you're gonna interrupt it or you're gonna LOS or stun. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. He's like even on high, but he doesn't have like the massive damage to go with it, so it's not that bad. Okay, this guy just does a gaze, and if you get hit by the gaze, it combos with another attack that kills you, but effectively the gaze kills you. So make sure you don't look at him. It's a 360 gaze too. Okay, monkey. So this guy is very special. There's gonna be a new kind of monster that is going to like start appearing, and these are let's call him out of combat one-shotters. So we've had some monsters that do things out of combat, like put Vone stacks, but now there's gonna be monsters that out of combat they do things that kill you if you get hit. That's one of them. He's the same as POTD and Evan on high. He does like, he eats a banana, and then after he eats the banana, he does a chest stomp. But instead of putting a Vone on you, it kills you in EO. So if you get hit by the chest stomp, you're dead. Now, it's not too bad. It sounds very bad. It's not too bad. For two reasons. First of all three reasons. First of all is actually it shows you a quick telegraph on the ground. Like not fast enough. Not enough to like react to it, but enough to at least so you know for like the future monkeys what the range is like. Second reason is you can LOS the chest stomp, and there's walls everywhere, right? So it's likely that you're gonna LOS most of the chest stomps accidentally. And the third reason that he's not that bad is he's actually like really weak in combat. Like if you fight him, he's really weak. So there's never really a situation there's never really a situation where you'd see the monkey and then you could not kill it, right? Like you never leave that guy alive. So usually what's gonna look like on the floor is as soon as you see a monkey, you pull it instantly and you just fight it. And you do this for every monkey that you find. So this way you never leave any of them alive behind you, right? Because these guys out of combat, super dangerous. In combat, they don't do their chest stomp at all, right? They just do regular attacks and they do like a small circle on you that you can avoid. So yes, this is gonna test like your... Like this guy is just proof that you don't want to not fight things that are dangerous, right? This guy, you see him, you pull him. In fact, I don't recommend you AoE pull, right, for a regular clear, but this guy is one of the few monsters that I think it's fine to AoE pull. Like if you get to a room and there's 3 monkeys, I don't even care what job you are. Pop steel, pull all 3. Like you would much rather fight all 3 monkeys at the same time, no matter what job you are, than you would leave 2 of them alive and then chide the first one backwards, right? And there's gonna be other monsters like that. So just remember that archetype, it's out of combat one-shotters, and that's one of them. So Flame Beast, he does align AoE, nothing too special. It's a late telegraph, so you don't know it's coming. The only thing that's unique about it is you cannot LOS this line AoE specifically. It goes through walls, so you must always be behind them. You can't like use a wall. Skatine, he does a sleep called Chirp, and if you get it, it'll kill you with a follow-up. The Chirp is a pretty low range. I'm not sure. It's definitely like below 10. So it's not that bad. You definitely have time to move. As long as you're paying attention. And Mimics are pretty much the same as they were on the set before. Yes, there was a lot talked about there. I would raise this set every time. Yes, Lethargy is very useful for the monkeys. But Lethargy is useful for every floor. So, there's never a point where Lethargy is bad. Well, arguably. Maybe there's a few exceptions on the last set, but... Yes, Lethargy is very good on the monkeys. However, you can't Lethargy every monkey floor, and I would not do that personally. Because it's a very good commander, right? But yes, if you had something like a treasure room with like 6 monkeys... then yes, it would be a good time to Lethargy, just so you could delay their chest stomp move, right? So you could have like a longer time to react to it. Because like I said, it does show you a telegraph, so like you have more time to react to it. If you use a Lethargy. Alright, so this set, so like don't trick yourself into thinking we need to use a lot of commanders compared to what we just did. It's actually going to be pretty similar to what we just used, except we have landmines to even speed up further. So... let me put this back. And I will do some landmines to show what it's like, but as a reminder, they're not that necessary. They're nice on tank and healer. On DPS, I don't think you should do them. So always raise this set. I would, even if you've been to this set 20 times, I would always raise this set. I see very little reason not to raise this set. So if you're gonna do landmines, you're gonna sight, obviously, because you want to try and find the landmines, and then you need to find the actual landmine. Now what you do for a landmine is you just try and pull whatever is not too bad to fight. We even have a free Lethargy, so I can show you the safest possible kind of landmine. So we'll just pull... what's easy for a landmine? The Tokos, the elephants. Ninja is okay if you're gonna Witch Chain, which I am. Unicorn, you would rather avoid that if you can. Now, of course, we can steal. I mean, steals are never going to be that great, so we can steal. Now, the Curl is a very bad monster. If you pull this guy for your landmine, you have to Witch Chain instantly. Essentially. Like, if I pull this guy instantly, which I'm kind of tempted to do, you probably are looking to Witch Chain very soon. But I see if I pull this guy... I either need very good control of my movement. In this case, I'm able to do it because I have a Lethargy, right? I need either good control of my movement, or I need to Witch Chain instantly. So now we're just going to find a landmine. Once we find a landmine room, we're just going to Witch Chain this room. Now, because it's Lethargy, I'm just going to wait a second for the monsters to be around. Okay, now we're going to Witch Chain. I don't need Witch Chain, by the way, personally. I'm just going to show you the safest way. Now, this is Lethargy Witch Chain. What do? We just wait a bit for my heal. There, we heal like this, and then that's it. Very easy. Very easy on warrior specifically. One of the best jobs for this kind of play. Do you need to do it? No, I don't. In F109 QTD, I think you should really do it. Like, I would heavily recommend you do it. In EO, I don't think it's a big deal if you don't do it. I really don't think it's a big deal. Good mimic, by the way. So up to you. Yeah, I mean, if you have a raising, you feel a little brave, go for it. Or if you find like a bunch of Tokos, for example, like very easy monsters, go for it too. Now, this was the safest possible way to do it with Lethargy and Witching and Steel. Typically, you'll probably... I would say you're probably always going to use a Witching when you're doing this. The Lethargy is up to you. Like, the Lethargy, you don't need to do it if you have, like, just easy monsters. But then as soon as you have something like a Curl or Unicorn, then you're probably going to Lethargy. You know, of course, you can use your Invuln, but like I said, the part where you step on the landmine is the least dangerous part of this. So if you're gonna Invuln, you're probably gonna Invuln before you even step on the landmine, usually. Like for example, you know where you're gonna Witch Chain? Like if you're gonna run back into the pack in Witch Chain, because remember Witch Chain has a range, right? That's probably where you wanna use your Invuln, because then there's maybe 5 elephants and they're all casting rare. And you don't know which one's like is actually like, you know, finish casting. You want to Invuln when you actually go in the Witch Chain. Don't want to Invuln when you step on the landmine if you do these. So I'll show you one landmine again, but then after this I will not do them anymore. I just want to show you. I'll have 2 landmine videos, by the way, in my description. I already mentioned it, but just as a reminder, if you want to like learn more about it. So see there, we got bad debuffs. It would be a great time to use something like a Lethargy Storm. In fact, let's do that. Let's do that. I have a free Storm too. So Lethargy, when you get Lethargy, you are very OP. Like you can pull a lot of things. If you're a DPS, maybe you would use a Steel to make it safer. If we, as a tank, well, I mean, we have a Steel, but it doesn't really matter. Now, you can even use a safety with it, just to make it safer. Now, you just want to pull things that are not bad. These guys are not bad. They only do, like, small cone. Ninja is, like... Ninja is not bad if you're a tank. If you're a DPS, probably want to avoid this guy, right? Now, we just want to pull, like, a bit. Not too much. Remember, these guys do a double swipe. Of course, keep your potion rolling. I mean, you should have this habit starting to build up, though. You should be keeping your potion up most of the time now as a DPS. But yeah, see with Lethargy how easy it is? We just keep running and they can't really do anything to us, right? So there I'm taking time to do my my Storm because I just want to make sure the key about where the key is, and see there it is. All right, we can just do it there. Don't want to delay it too much, right? Because then I don't want it to get too dangerous. Oop, wrong monster. We're gonna fly it there, use what's at 3 or what we find for free. Now there's a... obviously I should go back and get the Storm, but let's just skip it because we don't need it. Obviously you would go back and get the Storm though. We got no ability there. I would recommend you don't really deal with bad debuffs if you can avoid it. So in that case, what could I do? I mean, in this case, this is flighted, so we're already dealing with it, you know. But we have 3 clones. Would not be a bad time to clone. We could also landmine. I could definitely do a side and just do a smaller landmine, right? We got another flight. But at this point, we have a lot of free times, right? So anyway, let me explain what the monsters do a little more. So this guy, like I said, he just does the slow, the late telegraph cone. Like this. We have to restrain. Let's just use a strike. Very easy. Just be away from the front. You're about to do your 81 plus machinist run, so use your flight alters early. If you have them at 3, yes, use them. Also, it depends what deep dungeon you're talking. I assume you're talking EO, because I'm doing the EO guide. I would personally, on machinist, I think you can flight once or twice. I think you should just... I think you should just use whatever you have at 3. So like if you have 3 storm, try and set up a storm. If you have 3 flights, try to set up a flight, etc. Don't save your commanders. I don't think you have to go all of your weight and just spam your flights for Eureka Orthos. Use whatever is at 3. And then once everything is at 2, well, use whatever you have at 2, right? And just kind of go down like that until you're happy with your time. So this guy, by the way, this is the guy that does the double swipe. So don't get caught off guard. It's very easy, right? It's just you have to not forget. So he does this swipe. This is exactly the same size, by the way. So this this swipes in the same place twice, like this. Okay, the unicorn. So the reason this guy is a bit bad if you're like trying to do anything that involves a massive amount of monsters is because he's gonna push you back 3 times, and it's just hard to control like where you're gonna get pushed. So preferably you're fighting this guy 1v1, you're just gonna like put your back towards a wall, something like this. Anyway, after the 3 charges, it will do this double AoE, double telegraph. Very weird cycle, by the way. Very weird that he does it twice, but it is the way it works. It's always the same. After this, he'll resume his charge, and he's gonna repeat this. 3 charge, 2 circles. Now, Elephant, we have many of them on us, but just as a reminder, I'll stun him. Just, oh, I don't have my stun. Well, he's gonna charge me. Comes with a very loud noise, right? So very easy to react to. And then he always does a rare after this, which is very short. Like, if you're max melee, I actually think you outrange it. But just move away from him, right? Very easy. Like, it's so loud. So the way you would die against this guy is if you're like in a corner or something, and then he charges you and you run inside of him, then you could get caught off guard, right? Just make sure you're like max melee range, and that you can run away from him when he does it, like this. Like if you run in his hitbox is when it's gonna be a bit tricky. So very slow floor, of course. It would honestly not have been a bad time to use a clone. Well, we're keeping the 6-minute pace in the back of our head, and right now we're like 7 minutes ahead because of that landmine, so not in a big rush. Do another flight, but we already have a flight running, so he's there anyway, don't really care. Let's just pull a Grulo again, just show you guys. So when you pull this guy, as soon as he reaches you, he does the cone. He will, like, he never does anything. Always cone right away. So watch out for that. Now, I can't show it to you, but as a reminder, if you stun this guy, after he does the first swipe, but before he does the second swipe, he will always do the second swipe still. So, like, if I stun him there, like now, but then I go in front, I'll die, because as soon as the stun is over, it will swipe again. Just keep this in mind. 5 kill, by the way, pretty unlucky. So right now we have a crap ton of everything. We have 3 F1s. Might as well use an F1s. Flight F1s is a pretty sick combo because you get more chest, but then you have less monsters blocking your way to the chest, right? So it's easier to check more chest. So it's a nice combination. I recommend you do it. I recommend if you're gonna fly it and you don't have everything at 3, then it's like always a good time to F1s. It's probably the best time to F1s. We'll go another site. Now, of course, I could have done way more landmines, but like I told you, we'll keep it just to 1 floor. So we're gonna make there. Ninjas there, of course. So, I mean, usually I would kill the patrol first. In fact, I probably should have killed the patrol before checking the chest, but no one's perfect. These guys are proximity, same as the ones before. Well, these are actually girls. So these girls are proximity. She's there. Got another flight. I feel like we got so many flights. Got a ninja there. Let's kill a patrol first. So this guy is a reminder. This girl, she doesn't do any. She still does everything the other one did, but she doesn't do the AoE. She only does this wheat tank buster in exchange. So. But if you ever have a lethargy running and you want to do like an AoE pull, which I don't recommend you do, but like if you're ever in that situation, this is actually a good AoE pull option. As long as you're able to keep your health up, so like you're a tank. Raising, that's great for me. I mean, that's great for you too, but that's especially great for the components of a guide run. Like I said, your odds of finding a raising back for having like 4 raisings essentially are like at least 80%. Like it's very high odds. So I'll show you there. If you stun this guy after the first swipe, but before the second swipe, he'll do the second swipe. He'll still do it. Don't go in front. See, like this. It's still like it's still loaded up essentially, and that tends to be true for anything that has a 2-part combo, right? If you let the first part go off, usually the second part it's predetermined to, like it will come out even if you delay it. Same with Dodra. Keep that in mind. Like if you have a Dodra and the Dodra petrifies, same thing applies. So we're out. As a reminder, if you have a ninja on you, really try to avoid going to rooms. Because if you fight a regular monster and you hit a landmine or now trap, it's usually not the end of the world. But ninja, landmine kills you instantly. So don't do it. Don't use it around these 4s. So it's still a nice time save. I would not prevent myself from using a Dodra because he's like annoying on some monsters, but it's like when your Dodra is out, definitely pay more attention to like the monster, right? Like if you like, because like you should sort of know like, oh, this monster does ability A and then ability B. If he ever petrifies between ability A and ability B, just like be on your guard, right? Like just be ready. Assume the worst, which the worst is going to do the ability after the petri, right? Always assume the worst. There's a few really tricky ones that they will run up to you, then do the ability. So like, for example, you know the elephant? The guy that does charge, then rear. For example, the elephant, if he gets petrified after the charge, but before the rear, what he might do is he might, after the petrify, he's gonna run up to you, just like normally. He's gonna run up to you normally, then rear instantly. It's still with a cast time, right? But there's little tricky things like that you gotta watch out for. Like, essentially, I would, whenever the Petri expires, just keep your distance and like assume the ability is coming out. That will save you from almost everything that could go bad. The only one that's like actually bullshit, in my opinion, is Gobu. The Gobu. The Gobu is kind of bullshit with the sneeze. This one, like, pay extra attention to it. Okay, we got a storm, but before I use the storm, let me just show you a few of the monsters in case I never find them again. So this guy, 360 gaze and nothing else. If you get hit by the gaze, you're dead because he will do a follow-up. He was not going to do the follow-up now, but he would do it if I got hit. I think it's something like he drops a meteor on your head or something like that, so don't get hit. That's all he does, though. This is no regen, by the way. So let me just fight the Griffin there. And then after this, I'll show you the no regen, the power of no regen. First time we get this, by the way. Yeah, we even have a free storm on the floor, so it's really given to us for free, but this would have been a okay floor. Now, because this is flighted, probably there's not really a reason to storm this, but like if we got this floor, it was not flighted, this was 100% a storm, right? Because it's by far the easiest way to benefit from storm. Okay, so the Griffin, when you pull it, he'll run up to you. Then he'll do a free fall thing, a pretty big AoE. It's pretty fast, so move out quickly. After this, he's just gonna attack you a bunch. I would recommend you use that time to find the correct LOS spot. Even if you plan to stun, I would just find an LOS spot, it's safer. Now he's gonna do the second AoE. After this, he'll do Winds of Winter. Usually he'll attack you once, then he'll do Winds of Winter. This is the thing, so you can LOS this, you can stun it. I recommend if you ever have the option of doing a stun or a LOS, you always do the LOS, just in case you need a stun for like an emergency. Especially for the Griffin, if you don't kill it fast, he will do Winds of Winter again, but it's harder to know when the second one's coming, because the first one is easy, right? He always does it after 2 free falls. The second one is a bit trickier to know when it's coming because it's like the timing is a bit like weird depending on if you kited the monster or not. So I like keeping my stun for the second one personally. Something like this. Of course I could have LOS in that case, but just to show it. Alright, so if you get no regen and you storm, this is what happens. As you can see, I'm not regenerating health, but neither are the monsters. So if you storm and no regen, it's free. Like, every monster for the entire floor will be at 1 HP. Now, keep in mind, this only means the monsters that already exist. So if I step on the Lorraine, then the monsters that spawn from the Lorraine, they're not going to be at 1 HP, right? They're going to be at full HP. So keep this in mind. But like everything that is currently existing on the floor will... It's essentially a match side, but you gotta work a little harder for it, right? See it that way. So this is by far the best time to fortune if you have this RNG of getting the auto heal penalty. Like there's... If you're fighting a floor and it's not a flighted floor, and it's no regen, there's very little reason not to storm with that forward of fortune, right? Like it's... Even if I had a lot of time, I think I would still fortune storm this floor because it's such a good opportunity to get pickups. It's free, it's fast. It's a good opportunity to do it. Okay, next floor, specifically 76, is when the monkeys start showing up. So you really gotta pay attention to your surroundings. So the way these floors are gonna go, the monkey floors, is as soon as I spawn into a floor, there's gonna be like a 20 seconds or so where the monsters, they don't cast anything, right? 20-30 seconds. So I'm not gonna get one shot as I enter the floor. But what I want to do is I want to commit to a direction, preferably, and kind of like made this my safe zone in case there's monkeys around me. So sometimes it's really easy because there's like one way, right? But sometimes it's hard because there's like 4 directions and all 4 have monkeys. Either way, choose a direction, make it safe. Number 1 priority. So see, this one's gonna be easy because there's only 1 direction. Now I have to hurry up, because if there's any monkey, I must pull the monkey. Number 1 priority. Now this room is safe. See if I can find a monkey. Okay, there's no monkey there. Maybe there's monkeys on the right. Okay, so let's pull the Thunder Beast. You just want to make sure there's no monkey, and if there is, you want to pull it ASAP. Maybe even over the patrols. So this guy is hard. So he does the point blank. See this? This is a point blank. Very hard to tell, right, when it's happening. And as long as you don't go too far, it's the only thing he's gonna do. Now the way I personally spot it is I just kind of move like this, inside to side. Once he stops like moving with you is when the point blank's coming out. Some people, they spin the monster like this, and once he stops spinning, then you know he's doing it. No, like same idea. Personally, I prefer just shuffling from side to side. For me, it's the easiest way to just figure it out. So I just do something like this. Like this. Now, if you want a specific timing, usually he'll do 2 or 3 auto attacks. So you see, if I count there, he'll do 2, then he'll do 3 or none. See there, he only did 2. So if he does 2 or 3 auto attacks, be ready because it's about time to move. And that's just the pattern you're gonna follow for this guy. It's not hard, it's just kind of hard to see when he's doing it. Now, if you are far from him, it's gonna be hard to show it off properly, but I'll try. If you're really far from him, so like for example, he's gonna do the point blank, right? And you're just really far when he completes it. He might do spark, but it's hard to make him do it. I'll try to like force it, but so I'll sprint there. So if you're really far, he'll do Spar. This is a donut. You can LOS it. You can LOS it. It's very hard to like get that specific thing to happen though in like solo. It's more of a thing you see in group. But like, it's hard to actually see that happen in solo because you have to almost force it. But yeah, just don't be caught off guard. If you're somehow like... It would happen in a Lethargy. Oh yes, because I want to show you this actually. If you Lethargy this guy, whenever he does the point blank, this thing, it's like the Gohan on the earlier set. And I didn't show the Gohan, so like, it's the same as the Gohan though. They'll stay in their animation for way longer, but you still don't get a cast bar or anything, right? So really be careful. Like, they're still gonna do it. It's just they take a while, but they'll still do it. Same with the Gohan, but on the last set. Like the Gohan, whenever he raises his arm. Wait, no, the Gohan is the Gohan on this set or the previous set? Did I never fight a Gohan ever? I just never saw a Gohan. No, I fought a Gohan. I remember fighting one. But anyway, so the Gohan is the same idea. Whenever he raises his arm, like, he raises for way longer if you have a Lethargy running. So just keep this in mind. Lethargy makes everything longer to cast, even if it doesn't have a cast bar. See it that way. Lethargy, by the way, great prodding commander, like, in general. Like, if you're on a floor set and you're like, there's monsters you're like not confident against, you can just Lethargy to make it safer, right? Like, it's a great prodding commander. It's by far, excluding raising, I think that's the commander you want to see the most of. Like, it's the best one to find. See, there's a monkey there. Now it's slow because we're doing a Lethargy, but see, he ate the banana. Now he's going to do the AoE. So that's about the size of it. About one room and yeah, about the one room plus this hallway, right? So it doesn't look as pooty under a Lethargy because it takes a while to do it. And by the way, Lethargy only affects monsters that currently exist. If I step on that Lorraine, it would they would not have a Lethargy on them. So yes, that is a monkey. Now, whenever you say monkey, I mean, it's gonna be the same on this one. I'm not gonna fly to altar or anything, even though I should, but... Because I want to fight a monkey. I will make sure there's like multiple monkeys. So same thing, we find a direction that seems safe. We pull every monkey that would be in the way. So see that monkey, 2 monkeys. See that there's like monkeys everywhere. We don't even think about it, we pull. Pull the monkey. Now we know this direction is safe, and so we can chill there, right? Now we know we can at least, like, be safe there. Now, first, if I was on my own runs, I would have went all the way to this room and pulled these monkeys too, but let's just do one of them to start with, right? You need to find one direction that's safe, and that's like your safe spot to start building towards. Of course, this is a triple debuff floor. We have 3 clones. This is obviously time to clone. Use whatever you feel like using. Would not be a bad Yune if I was a DPS. Because Yune is gonna heal me, and I can't heal because I know I am, and it's Loom. It would be a great time to use a Yune on a DPS job. On tank, probably Udodra would be fine. Right, so let's check this room. Now, always check. You have to look about, like, you have to look with your eyes if you can see a monkey. Now, I know that he's not there because there's the little, the turn of, the pylon of return, and you can never have both in the same room. But always speed with your camera before you physically go in the room. This guy is sound, by the way, so easy to avoid. Alright, so we did make a mental note of the 2 monkeys on the left. So we know that if we approach this side, we have to make sure we don't approach like head-on, right? Now this way we don't know if there's a monkey or not. We saw 2 monsters, but there can be 3 in each room. As a reminder, this one has no monkey. So this guy does chirp. It's a pretty low range AoE sleep. Just make sure you're away like this. You can stun this guy too. Now, in our case, in this specific floor, their key's right there. I don't actually have to go back to the monkeys. They're there. Yes, always take care of the monkeys, but in that case, it's very unlikely that they would somehow like turn out to be a problem, because I can't really imagine a situation where I would be fighting something near them rather than just fighting in this room. So. Now, I don't know if that room back there has a monkey or not, because again, we can see 2 monsters. Every room has 2 or 3 monsters. And as long as I don't see... The lack of a 3rd monster does not... Like, if I don't see a 3rd monster, it doesn't mean it's a 2-monster room. It just means that I don't know if it's a 2-monster room yet. I have to see the entire room to make sure, so we're assuming that there's a monkey there. We're playing as if there's a monkey there. Only when we know there's a monkey are we gonna be like, you know, playing more boldly on that room. Always assume the worst. Of course, time right now is a joke, so it's why I'm not really talking about it. We're way beyond the 6-minute pace right now. So see, we see 3 monsters. We know there's no monkey there. I mean, there could be if there was a treasure room, but if it was a treasure room, you would know. Like, it would be obvious. And again, we're not picky with our targets. Just pull whatever's in front of us. We can stun the chirp. Should be now. As a reminder, Onion Knight is my emergency backup commander for time management, so I'm not planning to use it ever. And if I never end up using it, it's great because then I have a free knight for 99. Which, by the way, this guide will have some kill times. I will put some kill times at the end of every set. but it's hard for me to give like because EO is viable on like every job, and then there's so many variations in kill times. I can't really give you the exact kill time for your specific situation, but there will be general numbers, and you'll see from these numbers, Onion Bro bosses are very fast compared to not having Onion Knight. So I somehow missed that silver back there. That is weird. Let me just grab that silver. This is 5 kill. Very unlikely to get me out. So remember, there's monkeys there. Doga. So if you need to approach a monkey room, just keep your eyes peeled on them. Pull it. When you pull a monkey, it charges you and knocks you back. We had a shield in this case, we didn't do it, but it would push you back. If the monkey does eat the banana, but you pull it before it does a bro beat, you will still interrupt. In fact, I'll show you a really good example of that. I'll stick around this for a little longer. But yes, when he eats the banana, he gets a buff to his damage. This buff, it's not really that dangerous unless you were already low HP, right? Even on DPS, you could easily just pull the monkey even with that buff. So there, that was the banana. The other one, the chest stomp. As you can see, walls saved me. Now, something that you can do, or like you might be in a situation where that happens, and I will force it, of course. I will force it, but of course, yeah, I will just go away from this room right now. There's a monkey there. That's why you always want to turn your camera a little bit. So if I ever was in that room and I was doing whatever, maybe I was trying to go through this room, right? I would of course be paying close attention to this monkey, because if he gets a bro beat off, I'm dead. Now, something you can do to save yourself, if you're like traveling through the room and then it's just like bad timing, this guy is gonna do the banana soon. Like, just keep him targeted, focus target, or just like have him targeted, or just like look at him. As soon as he starts casting, and I'm forcing it right now, like obviously I'm staying around. As soon as he starts casting, pull him. If you pull him before he does the chest stomp, or like before the chest stomp completes, then you survive, right? Because then you stop him. Like, as soon as you pull him, he gets in combat, he stops doing his move. That's very important, because that's very useful against multiple monsters. So just remember that in a pinch, you can always pull the monster before it does the out of combat move, because he's not dangerous when he's in combat. He's dangerous when he's out of combat. So now, of course, though, you would rather just pull him, you know, before that, like before it gets to that point. But like, it can happen, right? Like, for example, let's say there's a treasure room. There's like, you know, you kill 8 monsters already and you want to get out. There's still like 4 monkeys in that treasure room, but like you still want to like walk through the treasure room. Then you could do something like that. You could, like, you know, be on the edge looking at the monkeys, and then as soon as you see one of them casting, then you pull it, right? And then you keep running, something like that. It can happen. Yes, if he starts casting the chest stomp, which is a very fast cast, but like if you somehow interrupt, like if you pull him before it completes, yes, he will stop casting it. Now, if it goes off, you're dead. Like, even if you pull him, but it still went off, like basically a snapshot, you're dead. But as long as it doesn't complete, you're fine. So same thing there, we're just checking for monkeys. This room has no monkey, because it had 3 monsters, which is the maximum. Okay, so next room. Next room we don't know yet, so let's be safe. Let's just pull this ninja when he's there. Because patrols first, monkeys first, patrol second in that specific set, but we have to restrain. Let's try. So as you can see, like, I can't really give you a game plan of every floor the way I did it in the other deep dungeons, because EO is much more like, I can tell you what the commanders do, and then you just decide when is a good time to use your commanders. But then Like there's never a good time to use your flies. There's never a good time to use your storms. Like there's no such thing as like, oh yeah, I like to fly in the 80s, you know, oh I like to alter in the 70s. There's no such thing in EO. The only floor where there's a thing like that is the landmine floors if you're gonna do them. Everything else, up to you. It's just play with debuffs. This guy, by the way, does a line AoE. I swear. This, so just don't be in front. And this line AoE, you cannot LOS. I will show you. I will show you what I mean, but this is one of the few moves that you cannot LOS. It will not let you do it. So if I, like that wall would clearly LOS, right? Okay, well I can't show you because the ninja's there, but maybe next time. Because the ninja would just combo me, right? I'll show you next line. Would I recommend ever killing a Dread Beast in solo? No, I do not. Only do it if you're gonna storm, and it's really easy to make it happen because like you're gonna Witch Chain the Dread Beast or Lethargy or something like that. Honestly, even if you Lethargy, I would say only if you're gonna Witch Chain the Dread Beast, and if it's not an imp, okay, go for it. But like, don't force it. Like, I would not do something different on the floor because there's a Dread Beast. Like, I wouldn't see a Dread Beast and be like, okay, I'm gonna storm this floor. Never. Only do it if it happens to be convenient and safe, because it's very dangerous. And you know what's even worse with the Dread Beast? If you die, like let's say I die by the Dread Beast. Like let's say Dread Beast is on A, and then you know I'm like trying to squeeze past it, and then it turns around, it sees me, I die there, and the Dread Beast is still on A. What do you think happened when I revive from my raising? Dread Beast pulls on me again. I have no steal, no raising, and 5 seconds of invulnerability. I am extremely likely to die again and just lose a run, right? It's a very risky situation to be in, because the invulnerability will go away as soon as I use a commander. So then what's probably gonna happen is I'll die, I'll raise again, the raise takes away my invuln, I die again, but then, and hopefully I'm far enough to like survive at this point. Because if I just steal, like if I revive and the Dread Beast pulls again and I steal, it'll kill me anyway, right? Like, it won't matter. So it's a very bad situation to be in. Very bad. So there's a lot of patrols. I still don't know, by the way, if there's a monkey or not in that room, so I'm being very careful. Now, of course, we're a tank, so, you know, in my case, I could just invuln when I see the thing, but we're playing as if we had no invuln. So there's a monkey there on the right. Something you can do, by the way, if you have, if you're willing to use markers, I mean, you can, right? I don't use them personally, but if you want to remember a dangerous way, because there's like something out of combat that will kill you, you can just put a marker. Something like this. Right now, you know that the A, this direction, has a monkey, right? Or like something that you want to be careful when you're around. Now, I don't personally do that, but you can do that. Nothing's stopping you. So invuln plus storm then. Storm, I would say storm witching. Like, to make it safe, I would at least minimum requirement be storm witching. Preferably there would also be a lethargy involved, and if you have your invuln for tank, even better. Yeah, it's a lot, right? Like, you need a lot of juice to make your Dread Beast safe. Because the thing, if you're gonna storm a Dread Beast, you need the Dread Beast to be in combat with you before the storm happens. Because if it's not in combat with you before the storm happens, and it gets 1 tick of regen, well, now you gotta deal with a 10% HP Dread Beast, which is a lot of HP, by the way, for like you to deal with. And then you cannot fight the Dread Beast. Like, you can't. So there's a monkey there. Don't forget. So see, same thing there. I get near this room, and then if... Perfect example, the key is open. So let's say I should not do this. I would 100% kill the monkey, right? I should 100% kill the monkey. But let's say you really want to, like... It's really a bad time to fight this monkey. Just keep it focused. And pull it, right? Like, as soon as you see that it would kill you, just pull it. Now, of course, I'm a tank. I could have invuln if I wanted this, but... If I wanted to, but just wanted to show you guys a more real example rather than trying forcing it. Summoner can do storm timing easily because summons are delayed. For example, with Express Ifrit, wait 2 seconds storm. Not exactly. Whenever the monsters heal, like out of combat, it's basically according to the server take, and you don't really know what part of the server take the game is at. Because, for example, I give you an example. I used to think that a very viable strat for Astro was to put your Earthly Star, and then as the Earthly Star expired, I would put Storm, because then it's like it happened on the same take, right? On the same take, the monsters get to 1 HP and they die. But then I tried this, so I kept doing this, and at one point they heal on the same take as the damage happened, and they all got back to 10%. So it's not reliable. Like, it has to be in combat with you for it to be the 100% reliable. There's no way, to my knowledge, to kill it out of combat, even if you do it on the same tick. It can always heal. We have so many resources, but I wanna make sure I can show the Lion LOS. So, of course, if your pumps are at 3, use them. So same thing, we're just checking for a safe side, see if there's any monkey. So see, this room has no monkey. So I will say, you should always expect a wall trap to happen. Like, it can happen at any point. This specific room, I hit a wall trap in this room very often. Like this very specific purple donut room, I've hit a wall trap in this room very often. So just a heads up. If you see this room, it would not be a bad room to like ingrain in your brain. If you have to go through this room and you can afford a safety or a side, I would go for it. In fact, I'm gonna side just to see if we would have a wall trap this time. So see that trap? Now, I don't know if this one is actually a wall trap, but it's freaking close, right? Like, let me just see if there's a monkey, 1 sec. See how close it is? So this one is not quite a wall trap, but you would still hit this very easily. I know there's a wall trap sometimes on this side. I think I've hit a wall trap like on this side. Very annoying room. If you see purple donut room, heavily consider a safety or a side, in my opinion. So I would like to have extra time on the boss to explain every mechanic properly. Maybe I will just storm for that sake. I do have time to fight this floor. But I would like an extra time on the boss just to I can just like basically let Dodra do the damage and explain the mechanics. Just this, in my opinion, this is the hardest boss to get down reliably. There's a monkey there. By the way, the line of sight rules are the same for the monkey bro beat. Do not rely on things in the room to LOS, only rely on walls. Yeah, I know there's reliable ways to kill the Dread Beast, even on the range DPS, on like DPS. On any like in my own runs, I always kill the Dread Beast if I'm gonna storm the floor anyway, right? I just think the amount of the reward is not worth like the risk. Like you'll get an okay 30-minute buff, but I don't think it's worth the risk. I don't think it's worth to use a storm for it. first of all. I don't think it's worth to just storm for the buff. So it has to be a 4 you were already gonna storm anyway. And then if you were gonna storm the floor, then you need to basically witching the Dread Beast and Lethargy to make it very safe, in my opinion. But I'm not a fan. Like, because I think the cost of failing the Dread Beast is too high. Because it's essentially gonna kill you, and there's a risk you might just die again and lose a run right there. Since if it aggroes again, it's very hard to like escape the pull of the Dread Beast. So see this room? This is a dangerous room because this crystal in the middle will not LOS. But there could be a monkey behind that crystal. I don't know, right? And there is, right? See, I pressed tab there. And my tab actually selected. See, he's doing it. So there I have my invuln. Didn't actually hit me, but very good example. Of course, I was staying there to talk about it, but like if I was playing for real, as soon as I saw the tab target the monkey, I would have rushed in and pulled it just to make sure to avoid this, right? And there's a monkey there too. So let's just kill the monkeys. Like I said though, I would probably want to storm just to make sure I have time on the boss. So let me just force this a little bit. So see, there's 2 monkeys there. If you want a taste of what a storm might look like once you know the monsters very well, something like that. As you could see, trust me, no witching, no lethargy, no nothing. But it's like significantly riskier when you don't know the monsters by heart. It's gotta be, you gotta do it in a way that is muscle memory for it to not be that risky. If I was doing this, but I wanted to do it from like the perspective of a newer player, what I would have done instead is I can't show you the lion, my invuln is down. Oh well. I mean, just trust me, the lion line AoE, it goes through walls. I was gonna show it with the invuln, but I can't. Alright, so this boss, I think in my opinion is the hardest boss in EO. So I'll use a Doga. But I will just talk a lot during this boss. I'll just do the time, make sure I'm fine. Like that. So this boss has quite a lot of mechanics going on. It's a very static pattern though, so it's easy to remember. So we always open with Fangbuster. You don't need steal for this, even on DPS. Just make sure your potion's rolling. So what he does after, he runs in the middle if he's not in the middle. He'll do something called Barrel Fill. Now, as soon as this goes up, the middle is a dead zone. If you go in his hitbox, you will die. So you're gonna notice there's 4 drones around. The only one we care about is the one behind the boss. And the one behind the boss is always negative. I'll explain what he's doing next cycle, okay? Let's just focus on the drones for now. So the one behind the boss is always negative. And you will yourself get a buff that is either positive or negative. Now, if you have the same... like if you have negative, you're gonna get pushed. If you have the opposite, you will get pulled. So in this case, I'm plus, it's minus, I will get pulled. So what you want to do is you want to get pulled basically close to the middle by the boss, because it'll always do a donut. So that was a lot of information, but we're going to see that pattern multiple times, don't worry. So that's part 1 of the mechanic. There was something else happening during all that. I will show you the drones again though. Let's just go focus on the drones again. So same thing, Nanospore, when this goes off, middle is a dead zone. If I step in the boss, I'm dead. You can still dash, just don't go in the middle. Alright, so back, always the bad drone, I'm lane 2. It's always going to be the same drone I'm lane 2, and it's always negative. It's always negative. So you only have to look at your own buff. My buff is negative. What does two negatives do? They push each other's. That means I will have to be close and be pushed towards the middle. So we'll do that. I run to it. I just make sure I get pushed somewhere around the middle. You have a lot of leeway. Just get pushed somewhere in the middle. And then you have time to adjust a little bit after this. You'll be in the donut, and that's it. So as a reminder, so I'll even spin the boss a little bit. So right now he's not facing the same direction. You see when he goes in the middle, he'll always face north. Let's roll it north. He'll always face north. And the drone you're linked to is always the one behind, is still. So I'm always linked to this drone, no exception. It's always a minus. Always a minus. So let's do this another time. Let's just focus on the drone. So I'm negative. I know I'm linked to a drone that is always negative. That means I will be pushed. What's an easy way to remember? The way I remember is opposites attract each other. If opposites attract each other, then the same push each other, right? That's my trick to remember. So I know this time getting pushed. That means I want to get close. And when you get pushed, make sure like you don't get pushed in the middle because that's instant death. Like if you're gonna get pushed badly, you get pushed on the side because you have a little bit of time to adjust and move in, right? Alright, so that's... I think I've covered the drone enough. You can remember. It's always the same drone. It's always the same charge on the drone. The only RNG is your own charge, right? Okay, so what is happening during all that? Now I will show you. Now we'll focus on what's actually happening. So Nanospore is the middle. Same thing. Don't be in the middle. So he's gonna do 4 attacks during all of this. Left war nerve gas, right war nerve gas, and centralize. Now when it's left and when it's right, you just have to be in face of him, in front of him to avoid it. When he does central, you have to be away from his front. And that's the way I do the mechanic personally. If it's left or right, I just make sure I'm in front. Technically, you could be on the correct side. I just think it's easier to do it like that. And when it's central, I just move on the side. And then after the 4th one, you know you're gonna get the mechanic. So that's when you get pushed or sucked in. It's always the same cycle. He's always gonna do 4 of them. He's always gonna be RNG which ones are... You can do the same one twice, you can do the same one 3 times, right? There's no logic to it. It's pure RNG. And yes, when he does the right or the left, yes, you can dodge on the right or the left. Personally, I just find it easier to dodge in front, so I only have to remember one, right? Like if I see right or left, I just make sure I'm in front of him every time. If he does right or left again, then I make sure I'm in front. If it's central, I just go on the side. If he does right or left, I go in the front. And then same thing every time. Central, I just go on the side. And then the mechanic has to be solved. Push. Now, something that I like doing personally is whenever he does central, he'll always face you before he casts it. Like basically if I'm standing like on his side when he does the central one, he'll face me to do it, and that can disorient me a bit. So what I like doing personally is I always try to go back to the north position just to make sure that he doesn't like spin around. Because if he spins around, I get a bit disoriented. So that's why you see me shuffling and coming back north every time. And also during all of this, a third small mechanic is there's these line AoEs happening, right? During all of this, they don't happen on the first cast, they happen on the second, third, and fourth. These things, you just need to step a little bit out of the north position, and then you can avoid it easily. See there, we got central, we just wait a bit. There, side, alright. Now I go back in. Central again, alright. So see, shift a little bit his position there, it's fine. We go on the side, then we get pushed. But so yeah, this boss, there's a lot going on, right? There's a lot going on. All of his things, all of his like breaths, they will not kill you on DPS. With steel, I know for sure. Without steel, I'm not sure. But if you're scared, I would steal this boss the first few times. It's pretty rough in my opinion. But it will not one-shot you, so I mean you can fail. The line AoEs, like the crush-shaped AoEs will not one-shot you too. They do very little damage. The only thing that will one-shot you is this middle area. I'm pretty sure everything else you can survive it once with a steal. There's also like little, if you do the mechanic wrong with the charges and you touch the edge, it's also not a one shot. It's only the middle that is a one shot. So this boss is rough. In my opinion, it's the hardest boss in Yo. It took me a while to get used to it, but I think the secret to this boss is just remember the drone mechanic. Like, basically ignore the drone mechanic. And because you know you're always laying to the drone in the back, and you know that drone is always a minus. So like, don't spend brain power trying to figure out like, you know, which drone is it and which charge is it. Just remember, drone behind the boss always negative, which means you only need to know which one you have. And then after this, focus your entire like energy on like doing just the dodges, right? And then if you're gonna get hit, if you think you might get hit, and you might the first few times, just steal. Just use a steal, even use a Yune if you have it. It'll make it safer. The only thing you must absolutely under no circumstance do is touch the middle circle. This is always a one-shot guarantee. Always. Yeah, Velvet. What Velvet said is not a bad idea too. If you can also put a marker before the fight in like a direction, like let's say this is north, you could put a marker there. So this way, if you get like, if you spin the boss a bit during the mechanic, you still know it's like the opposite. Or I mean, you could put a marker on the drone, right? Because you know the drone's always gonna be this guy. You could mark this. Up to you. Pretty rough. If you can do this boss, if you're at this point, if you've cleared this boss, there is no doubt in my mind that you can clear EO. In my opinion, you've seen the hardest that EO has to offer. All right, next set. So next set, if you're there, congratulations, because I think in my opinion the hardest is behind you. Not to say that's it's free, but I think the hardest is behind you. So if you had 3 raisings, and you raise 61 and then you raise 71, and now at this point you have 1 raising, I recommend you don't raise this set and rather raise the next set. Now, of course, like if this is your proc point, then yes, you could raise this rather than the last one. I just think your odds of dying on this set are like much lower than the odds of dying on the last set, personally. So if I had to choose, I would always choose the last set if you have only 1 raising. If you have 2 raisings, raise this, obviously. But if I had to choose, I would always raise the next set. I think this set is less dangerous than... So like starting from 51 all the way to 100, I think this is the least dangerous set. Starting from 51. So in my opinion, it's the least worth it to raise. Always raise if you can afford it. But if you can't afford to raise, I would rather raise a less set personally. Of course, though, it's your call. It's your call. Depends on your comfort level. I know the boss of this set scares some people more than others. Personally, I don't think the boss is that bad, but there's definitely a lot going on, right? So anyway, monsters. So there's a lot of like annoying monsters. Well, I mean, there's been annoying monsters all the way, but there's some especially annoying monsters if you're playing melee. This is one of them. This guy does a 360 gaze. After this, he just does a tank buster, which I think kills you instantly if you get hit by the gaze. A bit like well, all the monsters, right? Like a 2-part combo, and the second combo kills you if the first part hits you. But the annoying part is after this, he does a massive AoE, huge AoE, like, I don't know, 40 ohms. So you have enough time to run out of it. It's telegraphed to you. You have enough time to run out of it. But it's very annoying because it's a waste of time. Plus, you can't stun or interrupt it, right? It's just annoying. Just make sure when you're fighting these guys that you will have, like, some space to move away from them. Personal is not too bad. He does he teleports. No, sorry, he does a cone telegraph, and then he teleports to you and does a teleport. Sorry, a telegraph point blank. Alright, this is an out of combat one-shotter. I mean, technically not, but like essentially you can see it as a one-shot. So out of combat, he'll do an AoE petrify, gaze attack. It's the size of it. Let me put it that way. If you can see it, but you can't click on him, you're far enough. If you can see it and you can click on the shadow, like you can actually select him, you're getting close to the range it's at. It's about one room. And when I say one room, I mean one room of this set, because the rooms are very big in this set. So just make sure you don't look at him when you're out of combat. This will put a petrification of 20 seconds on you, which if you're fighting anything else will kill you. If you're not fighting anything else, you might still survive, but definitely don't make it a habit to get hit by these guys. Of course, so this is one of the few monsters that actually has pretty threatening damage if you're playing a DPS. He's a patrol. He works almost the same as the patrol in PUTD. The course patrol. He jumps on you. The difference is he does a move called Glass Punch very often. It's just a small cone in front of him with a late telegraph. Just look out for this. He does a lot of damage because every time he jumps, it resets his auto attack, and it's a tank buster, so just keep that in mind. Like, if you have your potion running on DPS, you can kill this guy easily. If it's like a Gloom, you might be looking at a steal. So, but this guy is proximity and he's a patrol. So it's definitely good to take care of him, because this is not a guy you want to just gank you while you're fighting something else. Deepai is very easy, just does a gaze attack, 360 gaze, which doesn't kill you. If it hits you, don't remember what it does. Think paralyze you or something. He puts a weak vuln on you too. Gourmand, this guy is pretty much like the one we fought in the 41 stretch. Yeah, he's the same. He'll draw you in, then he'll do a sneeze in whichever direction he's facing. The only difference is he also does a circle AoE after this, but that's just his rotation. He's a patrol and he's proximity, so you're very likely to fight them. Pudding does a massive cone shortly after entering combat. You cannot outrun this, you have to be behind. After this, he does a targeted circle, telegraph too, but the circle is easy to avoid. Abyss does very little. He has a tank buster. He does like a little bit of damage. It's not it's very unlikely to require you to use much on the DPS, but like if it was a Gloom or something, if it's like a no item Gloom, then yes, you might sweat a bit, but very not that bad. Just does a small telegraph. This guy, shortly after entering combat, does a massive circle targeted on you. There's plenty of time to outrun it. Just don't get caught off guard, because right after the circle, he's gonna run up to you and do a cone, a pretty big cone. It's not like huge, but it's pretty big. So if you were like running away from him, you could get caught on the cone. Just make sure that after he does the circle, you run back into him and just be ready to go behind him. Pegasus, after entering combat, he'll charge you. Very loud noise, so easy to know. He'll charge you, then he'll do a point blank AoE on himself, late telegraph. You have plenty of time to move. After this, he's gonna do a few knockbacks on you. He's gonna basically do like the unicorn, but like less. He's gonna spam it less. So he's gonna knock you back like a few times every few seconds. Just make sure you're facing your back towards the wall. And then he's just, at some point, he'll do the big charge again, the gallop, which is very loud, so you're gonna see it coming, and then just the same thing. Spectre, this guy, like, he's like the Garm. He's like the, you know, when you do POTD and you get to the Garms, he's kind of like the Garm of this place. He's actually, he's like way spookier than he actually is. I think that's a really very easy monster. He opens with always does a left or right mechanic, so he'll do left sweep or right sweep. Just make sure you're not in the side he's gonna like blow up. After this, he'll always do either a donut or a point blank. So basically it's RNG, right? You pull him, he does left or right. Shortly after, he does in or out, and then he just repeats that over and over. The only thing that I think is worth mentioning is that whenever he does the point blank called surrounding burst, it's quite fast. So like you have time to move out, but like you can't be greedy for a GCD, right? You gotta move. You gotta start moving. But he's not too bad. He's a proximity patrol. You're gonna be fighting this guy a lot too. Raid is actually weaker than the raids in the other deep dungeons. So this guy, he doesn't do the out of combat AoE. He only does the scream in combat scream followed by a telegraph. The scream is just a massive point blank AoE with a late telegraph. But the catch there is you can't interrupt or stun. You cannot interrupt or stun, so you always have to run away from it. Like just, you know, first time for a lot of these monsters with huge telegraphs, just like the first time you see it, just run as far as you can, and then for the subsequent times you can figure out how much you actually need to run, right? I just recommend you always run as far as you can for the first time you see them. This one specifically, it's like it's just below the range of a caster, but you'll see. So Ahriman doesn't do much. All he does is a huge wide telegraphy line AoE, but as long as you fight him in close, it's fine. It's just a thing that's going to catch you off guard, specifically if you're running like in a hallway away from him. Very rare that this happens. Mimics, pretty sure they're about the same as the ones we just saw. I actually don't know, man, if they like get more damage or just HP. I actually am very unsure. I think they might actually just be the same values the whole time, starting from F61. Either way, Mimage, I mean, if you fought Mimage on the previous set or the set before that, it's pretty much the same thing. So something specific about this set. This set is massive. And like, I mean it. It's huge. Like, it's super big. It's so big that if you're not playing something that's like a ranged job, you're very likely to spend a lot of time running around. So even though the monsters are less tanky, even though the monsters are the same tankiness, it's likely you're going to take a little more time to do the set just because there's so much running around to do. Now, the upside of this is because there's so much space, your odds of getting ganked by a patrol by surprise are like very low, unless you're sleeping in the wheel. Like, if something's coming your way, you can see it from like 2 rooms away, right? It's, if you've done POTD, very similar, but like even more. Like you'll see, I'm not kidding. These floors are very pretty, but they're huge. They are massive. So let's just start. Also, starting from 81, your demi-clone rate will go up significantly. You're gonna find a lot of demi-clones. So keep this in mind. Now again, same idea, we'll just take care of the patrols first. The big difference though is we can actually see what's going on from like very far. So these Katos, they do the gaze thing I was talking about. I recommend you just make sure you can see its name. If you can't see its name and you can't target it, then you know you're far enough. So this guy is just a lot of damage. Whenever he does Glass Punch, be behind. Use your strength, use your things are at 2 or 3. Just don't let your pumps pile up, it's not worth it. If you got something at 3, definitely use it. If you got something at 2, consider using it too. Last punch. We got a Dread Beast there. Of course, we're not gonna deal with that. Like, you should never plan your storm usage around a Dread Beast. So the key is there. We can see it there. No, the pattern return is there, so the key is actually not there. My bad. It does not look like the key is there. So as you can see, these floors are massive, right? Same idea, by the way. You can fold these guys when they're doing their thing, and they'll stop doing it. Though in that case, all you gotta do to avoid it is look away, so. So, this set, in my opinion, this set and the next one is the one that's gonna feel the most different, depending on your job choice. For the case of a melee or a tank, like as anything that doesn't really have range power, it will be hard to just kind of not lose time moving around. Something you can do to like mitigate this is whenever the monster is getting a bit low and you know you'll have to move around, well, just do a bit of Tomahawk while you're moving around and your burst is down, right? Try to do a little bit of Tomahawk just so you can just get some distance while you're still doing some amount of damage. The key is there. And I recommend that as soon as you find the key, you just hurry up and get out. It's definitely not worth your time, especially on melee jobs, to just like check every room. If you're playing a ranged DPS, I mean, if I'm playing a ranged DPS, I can't just bring this guy with me, right? Like, there's nothing saying I shouldn't do it. As long as I make sure I don't run into some out of combat, you know, thing. You can stun these guys, by the way, if you want to, like, just be safer. These guys, they only do their gaze. Even in combat, that's all they do. They have no telegraph. Only thing I want to mention is that when you pull it, it charges you. You may have noticed. So on tank, it's whatever. If you're playing a DPS, just watch out for that damage. That little burst of damage, right? It's like a 10 buster, essentially. Right, if you're ever fighting in a room near a Kato, make sure you're keeping your eyes on him. Because you cannot get hit by this while you're in combat. You will die, so... And you can see the range there. It's about the size of the room and a bit of the hallway. So of course I'm going to be using whatever is at 3 first and then whatever is at 2 and just kind of going down like that. Until I'm at the point where I feel like I have so much time it doesn't matter. Just gonna keep pulling what's around. So this guy, so you really want to avoid fighting him on melee if you can. I will do it if he's the only guy around, because then, you know, at this point it would cost me more time to pull something else. But like, if you have other options, this is definitely your last option. Especially because if I remember correctly, this guy is sound, so he's easy to avoid. Don't be greedy with this. So we're not out yet. I'm just gonna pull this guy. Just gonna show you what he does. So yeah, this guy does a gaze. First thing he's gonna do. He cannot be stunned, by the way. If you were hit by this gaze, this next attack will kill you. This thing, Death Ray. After this, he'll do a very big point blank AoE. Very, very big. It's telegraphed though. So we just gotta outrun this. Plenty of time to run out, right? Plenty of time. Just make sure you have the space. Like you know, fight this guy in a place where you will be able to run out after. This was a steal, by the way. I didn't use it intentionally, just to show... So see there, we can't click him, so that means we're safe. If you can't see his name or click him, you're far enough for it to not affect you. Yeah, I didn't use the steal, just I wanted to show like a little more of the damage. But I'll probably use a future steal like one. So see there, we fought this floor with just a strength. And we fought with... be careful, both of them. So we fought this floor with just a strength. And we're still behind pace. So as you can see, we'll need to use stains. This was 7 kill average. So that's why... But it's the same as it's been since the 61s. You just want to use whatever is at 3. So right now we got that flight. We could flight alter. Try not to use alter and flight together because they kind of like cancel each other's out. Like if you get Corrigians, you get less of them. Try not to stack these together. And typically if you flight, try not to do something that would kill all monsters on the next floor. Like don't storm if you flighted, preferably. It can happen, but like preferably if you flight, it's just you plan to fight the next floor. Okay, so there we got a lot of patrols, but let's kill one of the these guys first. Do I know if it's possible to rotate mobs while playing with keyboard and mouse? You mean like spin monsters? Yes, it's possible. However, spinning is not possible in Eureka Orthos. They made it not work. Like if I spin a monster, you're gonna see it doesn't actually prevent anything. Like if I spin this guy, he just won't really care about it. See? He just doesn't care. He like resets his position with mine. You cannot spin in EO. It's disabled. Alright, patrols first. Well, second I guess, but I had time to kill this guy. So something that to remind yourself about the glass punch, whenever he jumps, he will do glass punch without jumping, but like whenever he jumps, he always does glass punch after that, no matter what the cooldown is of his last punch. It like resets his cooldown essentially. So make sure you're not caught off guard by this. But like you see, he will still do glass punch like without doing the jump, but if he jumps, he always does a glass punch after. It's a follow-up essentially, like this. When the monster is low, if you can afford to just do a little bit of tomahawk, it's not bad on melee and tank. Just so you can save a bit of time there and there. It's less necessary on melee. It's more of a tank thing, to be fair. Because on melee, you probably won't need to do something like this for your time. So let's make sure we don't see the name. We don't see the name, we're fine. Another patrol. See how good it is to see the things from that far. It's why I feel like the 81-100 is easier. It's mostly because of the layout. Because like in a vacuum, the monsters they all have their danger. Like they have their own danger, but because you can see everything so clearly, it's rarely gonna catch you off guard. Like see, if I was on previous set, well, I would have just seen that guy turn the corner, right? And maybe this would have been like a snake hallway, so now I would just see him now. But now, because I've seen him so much, like so early, I can prepare for it for a long time. So we got 3 strength, we should obviously strength, and I will do this. Make sure you don't look. Let's try. Oop. So clone rate is very high, like I said. I would expect you to find at least 4 clone on average on this set. At least 4 on this set and 4 on the next set on average. Yeah, 3 to 4, that sounds about right. As long as you just go to the key and check every chest like on the way, that's about what you would find. It happens that you don't find these this amount of clone, but usually you'll just find something else and make up for it. But the typical 81-100 is definitely like a clone spam. Right? That happens very, very regularly. Like it's not, you're not lucky if you find a lot of clones. You're unlucky if you don't find a lot of clones. See it that way. Alright, so what do we have at 3? We have 3 altars. Let's alter. Should also use a fortune. Because I have 3. So see there, this is storm. I don't even think you should think about it. If you have a non-flighted floor and it's no regen, you should storm with fortune. But there's like, I honestly struggle to think of a reason you shouldn't do that, because it's by far the easiest way to use your storm. Also, if you don't get chests in the middle of the rooms on this set, safety is not a bad call. Now, of course, you can get mimics, but oh well. I mean, we're really gonna show off the thing I talked about with kiting on melee there, because when my burst is down, I just kite this guy until I have to interrupt again, which happens to be exactly the cooldown of my interject. something like that. We just kite until we have to interrupt again, which is our cooldown of interject. So about now. And by the way, monsters do not pull when they're low HP, if you remember from earlier. That guy doesn't see me, no matter what. Only exception is Mimics. Mimics will still see you. Alright, make sure when you're stormed, by the way, don't do the mistake of thinking that now you're like safe from everything. Even if you storm, they still do their out of combat abilities. It's easy to forget about this part because you're like, in your head, you're like, I'm safe, but you're not. You can still get clipped by something. Nice miss. Yeah, and also another thing, if you have a blind and a no regen, keep in mind that you can miss, which then pulls a monster. So keys there. I do recommend if you storm Fortune to just actually check the full floor in that case, because in that case you can get maximum value using very well, with like nothing, right? It's gonna cost me maybe an extra minute, and I'm gonna check I don't know, like an extra 6 chests. Now yes, you could get a mimic, but that's just RNG. The only downside of the bait layout is time, yes. I mean, the layout being bait is nice when you're fighting things, but it's also not nice when you're trying to just move around. Because like, of course, if I got a floor like this on the previous set, I wouldn't have to run around so much. So we had mimics there. So yes, these will pull even if they're at 1 HP. So see, like this. They're the exception. Alright, didn't get anything. That's fine. It's still a massive save of time, of course, so... Alright, so what do we use? You see now we're starting to have bombs at 2, strength at 3, lethargy at 3. You know, we have some things at 3, but like the things that save a lot of time are all at 2, so now we're gonna start dipping into the things that are at 2. However, we have 3 clone, so you know, because we have 3 clone, we probably don't even need to do something at 2 because we can just clone the next floor. But now we have 3 flight, but then you know, specifically because the clone rate is much higher than the flight rate, then it probably makes more sense to clone before we flight. I mean, I could flight and clone. That's not like illegal or anything. But personally, I like using things one by one. So we'll just clone this floor. So Doga, Yune, I mean, we can just... We'll use Yune in that case. Yune is less damage, but I would rather Doga the boss. You know, I would rather Doga the bosses than Yune. Now, if I'm playing a DPS, I would rather Doga the floor. Sorry, I would rather Doga before Yune on DPS because Yune will save me from a floor where I can't heal myself, right? So that's a bit of a difference between a tank, a healer, and a DPS. Like if I'm playing a DPS and I get a no regen gloom, a no item gloom floor, then Yune is way better because then she might actually keep me alive on the pulls. Whereas Doga might still keep me alive just because he petrifies and all that, but it's gonna be more technical, you know. So this guy, let me pull this guy first. But this guy doesn't do much, the one in the back. Definitely use your clones plenty, right, on this side. If you have 3, like, find a reason to use one ASAP because the risk of you overcapping the clone are super high. And we're still keeping that Onion Knight as a backup emergency, like, gotta kill the boss quick fun. And then if we never use it for that, that's fine because we have it on 99 and life's good. If we have it for 99, life's good. So this guy, all he does is this. I think you cannot stun. Yeah, you cannot stun. Is there data on the demi-clone rate on each set? I don't think there's data for it. I don't think there is data for it, but it's 100% way higher on the last two sets. Like it's a combination of the rate that keeps increasing, but also like on these two sets specifically, there's like way more silver chests. I feel like there's like less golds. Oh, so we got the Go Boot there. I'll show you what he does. He's the same as earlier. So this guy, shortly after entering combat, was gonna do a drawing effect. Let me just show it to you properly. Well, as soon as he draws you in, you gotta move behind because he will one-shot you with Sneeze. After this, he does a circle. And I believe you cannot stun. Yeah, you cannot stun. So he's gonna just repeat that pattern if you get to that point. Got a fortune. So this guy doesn't do much. All he does is a gaze, which somehow doesn't kill you. I think it puts paralyze. This gaze is 360. The one in POTD is in front, but this one is 360. Is that correct? I think the one in POTD is just the front, right? Anyway, just don't look at him, and then he puts a weak vuln on you. 5%, I think, very weak, but very easy monster. And we're out. We'll check this because it's right there. Got a free strength. Don't look. Keep in mind, if you like right click a chest, you would obviously turn to face a chest, so it's easy to forget what you do will actually turn your character, but a lot of things. So we're gonna flight there. Got 3 flights. So we got a Gloom there, so it's good that it's flighted. If I had gotten this floor and I had not flighted, and we got a treasure room too. If I had not flighted this floor, I would have probably cloned or Serenity. So if you look at the time, I'm 3 minutes 30 ahead right now. So we're not behind at all. Now it's fortune because we have 3, even if it's flighted. If you have 3 fortune, very should just use it. They overcap too easily otherwise. Now this floor, if it wasn't flighted, I could do many things. I could do like a storm, though I like keeping one storm in the bank just for no regen. Just in case I'm lucky. I could dread, I could like... Probably could even try a landmine with like, if I want to be a little more advanced, could try a landmine. There's many options. I could, but with flight, I just should fight this. I might even have Dogod if this was not flighted. What I'm doing, by the way, is I like to bait this circle in non-melee. Oh yeah, something to be careful about with treasure rooms that have patrolling monsters that don't patrol is sometimes the patrol, like there is the patrol, but it arrives from a different room. And then you like it gets confusing which ones are patrolling and which ones are not patrolling, which is what happened there. These two guys, they're not coming from the treasure room, they're coming from elsewhere, like from elsewhere. Oop, I thought this one was dead. And yes, this is slow. Keep in mind I'm playing a low DPS job. I mean, I'm playing something that in my opinion is kind of average in EO. If you're playing DPS, you will have a much easier experience for your time. And a not much worse experience on fighting the monsters. Dancer's pretty low damage. It's not as bad as the tank, I think. It's a little higher, but it's not the... I mean, if you're gonna choose from a DPS, it's definitely probably the worst DPS to choose. But, you know, the worst DPS is still better than the tanks. Alright, so see there, we got treasure room. So this guy does a huge cone. Now, we keep in mind, I have 3 lethargy, 3 witch chains, which is the reason why I'm willing to take a risk like that. Of, you know, going through this room. If I and we got a free lethargy there, so but I want to show this guy without lethargy. So yeah, let me just show you the huge stone, the size of this. You're not outrunning this stone. All right, this stone, if you're not behind, you're dead. But yes, that's the thing. If you have like very healthy witch chains and lethargies, then you can take risks like that more often. If you take a risk, let's say I took this risk and then the pudding turned towards me and then I had to witch chain. Was it a bad play? No, it wasn't. Because it's a calculated risk. Like, I did it because I knew I could handle it. And you know, even if it doesn't work one time, well, it maybe worked 9 other times. And then these 9 other times, they more than make up for it in time, you know. I didn't touch upon time management too much in this run. This is more a subject I touched upon in my other guides, but this is the kind of like ideas you gotta have. No, not ideas, but it's the kind of like decisions you gotta make. Like sometimes you'll take a decision that might turn bad, but you only do it because you have the pumps to deal with the worst case scenario. If I had no witching, no lethargies, then I would have probably made it a little safer to go through this room before I went through it. But because I had the resource, then I can afford to just be a little riskier. So remember what I said about monsters taking about 20 seconds to turn back. So we can actually wait for this one to turn back. And as long as they're on a good cycle, this one would turn late enough for me to squeeze past. Now they're not cooperating very much. Well, this one might turn, but I'll take the risk. Alright. So let's just have once. I should have probably flighted there, but I was distracted. We got no region again. See, again, even if it's my last storm, I think you should storm every no region with a fortune. Like, it's too good. Unless if this was flighted. If this was flighted, maybe don't do it. But if it's not flighted, I really don't see a reason not to do it. So we'll do it. Even though this would be like a good fight floor, I still think it's better to do this. Because I have 3 clones at this point. Like, there's a risk I'm gonna overcap a clone. But like it's just the pickups, man. Maybe I'm a slave to pickups, but I feel like it's too good to pass up. It's a bit like finding a treasure room in Aeturna High and then using a match side fortune on the treasure room. In Aeturna High, then it's less viable to do it because you need a match size to clear. But then in EO, it's less bad because you don't really need the storms to clear anyway, right? So in that case, I would rather just check chest, see if I'm lucky, because then if I find like, like if I just find good stuff, then my clear is even easier. You really gotta keep in mind, you don't play this place the same way you play the other deep dungeons. If you do play this place the same way you play the other deep dungeons, you're kind of like making it harder than it needs to be. Like, there's a reason when EO came out, some people thought it was harder, some people thought it was easier, but if you look at who thought it was easier, it was mostly people that did score runs in the other deep dungeons. And that's the reason for that is because people like this are already used to using their pumps all the time. And using your pawns, it's the way you're meant to play this place. You're not really meant to hoard them, you're meant to just be using them. You see there, I got a dread back. So, you know, point proven. I mean, of course, I'm not guaranteed to get a dread back, but if I just check like an extra 10 chests every time I get a storm, like, you know, my storm suddenly gives me 10 chests every time I use it. It's like a super affluence. That's like using 4 affluence. Who do you need there? But yes, the reason that using your palms is like it's way better in EO, that you not hoarding them, is because the drop rate of good things in the last 2 sets is very high. Like you're gonna find a lot of clones, a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff. So like, it's just good to use your stuff like as you get it. Because if you just keep everything at 3, I mean, don't get me wrong, if you keep your things at 3, you're probably gonna clear 2. It's just you're making your life harder. The only commander I would hesitate to like blindly use is a Serenity and my last knight. My one knight, I really like keeping it for what I talked about. And the Serenities, I don't like using them like for free. I like keeping the Serenities just for bad debuffs. Everything else is fair game. I think you should just use it when it's a good time. Basically play around the debuffs. What's up, Crow? But yeah, as you I can assure you we're clearing what we have, even if I don't open a single chest for the rest of the run. And we're playing a bad DPS job, keep this in mind. I'm just trying to show you guys every situation where you might use a Pomander, so that when you get your own runs, well, you use your Pomanders too, and you don't hoard them. So in that case, time is pretty good, but let's just use something. I mean, we are fighting, so since we're fighting, a flight makes sense. Let's play. No dummy clone there. Pretty annoying debuff, honestly. Pretty annoying enchantment. I'm not sure if I thought about it yet, but this is like a no item, but for your dummy clones instead. So now I can choose a clone. It's annoying on this set and the next one because usually you'll have a lot of clones to use. Now the odds of me overcapping a clone are very high, but oh well. So this guy does a scream, late telegraph, followed by a little circle like this. Annoying for melee, you cannot stun and you cannot interrupt, so better get rid of your POTD muscle memory. These guys, you can only run away. This is the patrol that I say is a bit overestimated, overrated. It's really not that bad, I'll show you. So like everyone has their own ways to dodge like left, right mechanics, ins, out. Personally, the way I've always done dodge left, right mechanics is I just face my camera in the same way every time. You can have your own ways to do it, of course. But like whenever I fight these guys, they do left, right, and then in or out. So the way I do it is I just face like this. And then I just go to the opposite of what he's doing. So there's doing left sweep, so I go right. After this, he'll do in or out. Surrounding is around him, and donut range is in. Pretty easy. Like if you just look at the name of the spells, pretty easy to like figure out what you're gonna do. Surrounding, obviously he's gonna do something around him, run away. Range, obviously some kind of donut, go in. But much more clear than Ram's voice, Dragon's voice. This is right. So see, we got a clone there, we can't use it. This guy just does a big circle. I believe you can stun this. Yes, you can for uptime. After this, he always does a cone. It's pretty big. It's not like huge, but it's big enough to catch you off guard. Plus, it's a late telegraph, so. And then he'll just resume this pattern. He'll just do it again. This, by the way, this move looks very impressive, but don't worry. Like, if you go in after it's done, like this doesn't kill you or anything. Like, the same as every snapshot. Alright, let me kill this patrol. I want to show it one more time. So same thing, left, right. Just use whatever is your favorite way to deal with the left, right thing. I use this one personally. So he's going right, we're going to left. Then after this, it's in or out. I hope he does surrounding so I can show you all the little time you have to move. No, he did range. The range is pretty generous. The surrounding, you have to move quick. He's probably gonna do it again. Right, go left. So I'm hoping I see surrounding there. Be max melee, by the way, way easier to deal with it. He's doing range again, never lucky. Right, maybe next one. There's gonna be plenty of these guys, so not too worried. But at this point, time is quite good. We have 3 clones too, so we're probably gonna clone the next floor. No reason to use anything right now. Your Lethargy, by the way, I'm not using Lethargies very much. It's really good for saving your ass or progging. See, we got no region again. Truly a score seed of all time. So if I had a storm, I would storm again. I wouldn't even think about it. I would just storm again. So, but I don't have a storm. So we can fortune too. We can bring the fortunes down to 1. Always be careful with Petri. By the way, that guy likes to dab on you when he gets petrified sometime like this, so cool. Right. But yeah, Petri is very nice for these kind of monsters though. Because it's great for uptime. Just make sure you're awake at the wheel when the Petri runs out, because usually something's happening when it runs out, and sometimes it fucks up the order of things. So see there, even though he's supposed to do stream first, he did the ancient like thing first. Like it fucks up with the patterns and like it just makes the monsters weird. Just always be awake when the Petri is expiring. Right, sweep. Okay, if you ever get a Petri and the cast finishes, but like it at the same time, I recommend you wait, because sometimes it like delays it. By the way, this is surrounding, very big and very fast. So yeah, if a Petri happens as the cast finishes, I recommend you don't move from like the safe spot until it's over. Like just as you see there, the animation played out after. But I'm actually not sure if the damage happened during the animation or before, right? It's very unclear, so just be safe. Alright, so the Tenma, also called a Pegasus in there. He's gonna do a charge. It's gonna be very loud. Well, he didn't do it there, but he'll do it after the Petri. This, when he does this, point blank AoE is coming. Not a line AoE, it's a point blank. And then after this, he'll just spam a knockback on you. Like, he didn't do it there because of inner release, but it's a knockback. If you have a clone, by the way, and you're playing something that can't quite kite well, not a bad idea to use the clone to basically kite, because like if I just keep moving but then the clone is still attacking the monster, right, like this, so it's a good time to move away if your burst is down anyway. Just make sure you know it's a monster that is not going to do like a massive clone and kill you, right? Like for example, this guy always does circle clone, and the next one is circle, so like this. So talking of line AoEs, this guy just does a massive line AoE. So that, just make sure you're not like in the hallway running away from him. That's the only way this is really gonna like, you know, sandwich you. But as long as you're fighting close, it's whatever. Not bad. The way petrification works, by the way, for Doga, it has like a cooldown, essentially. It has like an internal cooldown. And he just does it every time it's up. Like, he doesn't really think about it. So if you pull a monster and then he petrifies it as it dies, then it's not going to be up for the next monster. But then if you wait for like a few seconds, like 20 seconds, and then you pull a new monster, he'll do it instantly. It's just a cooldown. See there, he just petrified, for example. He petrified as this guy died. So now he doesn't have petrify. So I can't rely on like a petrify there. I have to actually move away. And now petrify should be very soon. There it is. You can recognize it. It's like he always does the same animation for it. The purple glowing specific animation. It's like this animation, but it's purple instead. Mimic. So a little advanced trick, if you ever get a Mimic and you have a Dodo out and you don't have an interrupt, if you wait a few seconds and then you attack the Mimic, the Petri is gonna line up perfectly with the Fox. It's very tight timing. It's kind of hard to do, but I mean, if you already have a Dodo out, you might as well try. Why not? It's gonna save you from a Fox. Like, open a Mimic, count about 5 seconds in your head, then right-click the monster to like trigger the AI of Dodo. Of course, in my case, I don't need to because I have an interrupt, but... And also, if you do this, you need to play a DPS job that actually kills the Mimic, because if you're playing a healer, it's not going to prevent it from foxing you after. Oh, we got a Mimic within a Mimic. Nice. Alright. Next floor, we got 3 altars. Let's just do an altar. Let's have once, why not? Plenty of choice. Whatever is at 3. See, even though I keep using bombs every floor, I still have way too much bombs for the next set. We're really not struggling there. Very good clone floor. And there we go, clone floor. And like I said, you should expect to get many clones. That's pretty normal. So we altered this. However, you may be able to tell that there's like a billion patrols coming this way. And when you see a lot of patrols, try and take care of them ASAP. Because if you let them wander everywhere, it's when it's gonna start being very annoying to deal with. Now these rooms are usually big enough for you to be able to kill a patrol and let the other ones walk through. Right? Was doing surrounding there. Let's pull you. Range. Always be ready. When he petrifies during a cast, like, be ready to react to the next thing. Like, because you don't know if he's gonna do surrounding again, if he's gonna do ranging or left or right. Put your assumptions to rest. We got mimics. Got another clone. Like I told you, clone very common on this set and the next one. Don't be surprised. No, that's my second Onion Knight the whole run. I would say this is unlucky, honestly. I would expect to get more than 2 Onion Knights in the 89 floors, but that's great. So Onion Knight is just a massive DPS. He also does something nice. He heals you when you're below 50% HP. So he's a bit worse than Yune at healing you, but he's still pretty good at doing it. So if you have like a no regen floor, a fox floor with no item or something like that, he's like really cracked for it. Range. Now, using Knight on the boss there would be pretty okay. In fact, I would say usually you're gonna Knight both the bosses. You're gonna Knight 90 and 99. Usually, that's what happens. In my case, I'm gonna Doja the boss because I have plenty of time. Plus, it's gonna let me show the mechanics for longer too. So. Left. We got Mimic there, no reason to really mess around with them. I'll check this chest, I guess, but... Rank, surrounding. Oh, see there? I was late to the surrounding, but Doja saved my ass. Also, I can't even use the shrine. Alright, we're up. I have fought everything, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, I have fought everything, pretty sure. Something about no item. If you are in a bad situation in no item, you have to basically be 2 steps ahead of the bad situation, because if you're, like, let's say you need to Witch Chain, well, you have to Certainty then Witch Chain for that specific situation, right? So when you're in no item, you should pay even more attention to your surroundings. Yeah, I fought all of this, I'm pretty sure. Alright, so let's do the boss with Doja. It's gonna let me explain everything. So this boss, he has a lot of mechanics, but it's like... Ah, come on. It's all very... it's like a raid. It's like the closest boss to a raid, I would say, because all his mechanics are very easy to solve. They just make you think it's gonna be hard because there's so much shit like exploding everywhere, but it's actually really easy to solve. So as you can see, this set was no issue. You're probably going to have a similar experience. If you're playing DPS, even better experience. Okay, so this boss, he has basically 3 different phases. Like mechanic. Let's call them phases. I like to call them phases. He has 3 different phases. And he just keeps cycling between them, right? So there's multiple variations to some of them. The first mechanic, let's call it mechanic. The first mechanic, the third mechanic have different RNG to them. The second mechanic is always the same pattern every time. So it's only the first and the third one you really gotta be ready for. So I'll show you. He opens with the first mechanic, obviously. So first mechanic is gonna spawn 3 things. A cone, a circle, and lines. This is circle. This is triangle. This is lines. Now they'll all have numbers which will indicate in what order they'll do their thing. Now I can't really explain the whole thing in like this cycle, but don't worry, I'll explain it every time we see it. So basically 1 goes first, 2 goes second, 3 goes last. And then he always does something himself. Like basically he has a secret 4 on his head and he's always the 4th one. After first mechanic, he always does laser stream. It's a tank buster. I would recommend you steal this guy on DPS, because if you don't have a steal, this will hurt quite badly. If you have a steal, it's easy. Second mechanic, always the same pattern. So I'll just do it correctly the first time. I will explain it more precisely next time. I always dodge it this way every time, no exception, every job. No exception, always this way. No matter if I'm a caster, a melee, a healer, I always do it this way. Third mechanic has some RNG. Now, they're always positioned in the same places. So what I like doing is I place my camera like this. So I'll always have the same view. And then by looking at the triangles, you do not care about any of this bullshit happening around. Oops. Sorry. You do not care about all of this bullshit happening around. You only care about the two triangles. The two, like, cones doing triangles. So first mechanic again. They all have numbers. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. This one always does a cone. So that's how you dodge it. This one always does a circle. So that's a donut. This one always does line AoEs. And the boss always does either this cross shape thing or a donut. It's one of the two. After this, always Time Buster. Okay, next. This is the second one. This one is always the same pattern. I just look at the shape there. I always go in the top left on this specific tile. And then when I start getting the circles under my feet, I just move in circle like this. I think you raiders call them Mario Kart. And then when the last one spawns, it gives you just enough time to squeeze past this line AoE. And then you squeeze past this one the same way. And that's how you do this every time. Now, third mechanic. I always position myself to look at them the same way. I do not care about any of this bullshit happening. I just look where the triangles are facing. And basically, the triangles are a cone, right? They do a cone. And the direction the triangle is facing is the direction the cone is coming off. And this makes the safe spots always the same. So now this again. This time we got cone first, triangle first, line second. So line second, donut third. Boss is fourth, and boss is doing cross. So we just go like this. Very easy. Once you do it a few times, we'll figure it out. Always Time Buster after. If you're a DPS, make sure you're just full health when this happens, and you will be fine. So just keep using your potions, right? Now this, always same. This shape is always the same. You always go top left, right there. Max melee. As soon as it starts dropping, you just Mario Kart your way around. And then the last circle always happens in such a way that you have just enough time to wait for this one to blow up. Go like this. This one, go like this. Next mechanic. I always go back in this place to look at the things. And there's 3 safe spots, 3 possible safe spots in these 3 squares. I'll put markers at them at the end. And then if I just look where the triangles are facing, I can figure out the safe spot every time. Don't worry, I will show you the 3 safe spots properly after the fight by putting markers. But yes. First mechanic again. 1, 2, 3, we don't know yet. Alright, we got the triangle. I call it triangle, circle, lines. That's the way I call it out loud. So we got triangle, there we got circle, there we got lines, and this time the boss doing donut, like this. I'm not doing a lot of DPS while I'm talking, but that's because I want to make sure I explain as much as I can. You should of course be doing DPS. But like, if you've got an Onion Knight, he's gonna do the DPS for you, so just focus on survival. Alright, this thing, again, always the same pattern. The L shape. Top left. Mario Kart. Fifth one is always the last. Gives you just enough time to run there. Then you just wait for the second one. Like this. Third mechanic. Just, you can look at it whatever way you want. I just always go there personally to look at the mechanic. And then the 3 safe spots. I know them. I just need to know where these are facing. So these are facing, you know, like, just imagine a cone going like this and a cone going like this, which means the only safe spot is this place. Alright, that's the 1, 2, 3 mechanic. So it's circle, lines, triangle. Circle, lines, triangle. Go there. Then it's lines. Then it's triangle. Then it's cross. Tank Buster. L shape, top left. Mario Kart. If you are a caster, make sure you keep your instant cast for this part. 5. Move in there, wait for it, go. Wait for the next one, go. Alright, be ready to look at the triangle or position yourself like me, up to you. You don't care about any of this shit, you only care about these two cones. Look where they're facing, so this time, this is a safe spot. You always have enough time to go, you only sprint. If you're late, sprint, of course. Like, if you're late to realize, you sprint. And then the 1, 2, 3, but it's dead. Alright, so there's a lot going on, but I don't know. I feel like you're getting a nice rhythm with this guy. So I just want to, like, for the third mechanic specifically, because it wasn't super clear, but like, let's say this B is, let's use the purple ones. This is one of the cones, and this is the other cone. And on this wall, there's all of the squares, and there's a bunch of things shooting. We don't care about these. These are irrelevant for us, okay? We don't care about these. So what I do is I always go in this specific position so I can look at both of them, right? There's 3 safe spots. There's only 3 safe spots. So you see there's like a triangle shape. You know when I'm walking around there? This triangle shape, this is a safe spot, and it's repeated 3 times. So just think of the triangle shape for this marker. This marker. And this marker. These are the 3 possible safe spots. Everything else does not matter. So it's very easy. So this is what you're seeing. The 2 purples are the cones. And you know that ABC is the only 3 possible safe spots. Everything else doesn't matter. And so there's going to be a triangle on the cones. The direction the triangle is facing is the direction the cone is going to explode. So like let's say that D, this is the triangle for D. It's facing in this direction. That means this D is gonna do a cone, which looks something like that. Right? This is like the cone. So it's obviously, so if you look at this, it's obviously making the C safe spot unsafe. That means the A and B are safe, right? Following me? So now we know just from looking at this one that the C is erased. Like C is no longer a viable safe spot. And now, of course, now by looking at this one, now you can know which one's the safe spot. Because now that we know C is unsafe, like let's say that this one's triangle is there. Well, now we know the cone is excluding the B because the cone is shooting off in this direction, which means in this case, if the triangle was facing this direction for this one, facing this direction for this one, then you know B is excluded and C is excluded from this one and this one. So now you would know A is a safe spot, and that's just the way you do this mechanic. It sounds very complicated, but like there's only 3 safe spots, so there's only like 3 patterns that you do. Like you'll have to think about it initially, but then as you do it more, and honestly, it might even happen during the fight. Like you might just see the mechanic 3 times in the same fight, and then you just figure it out. Like it's going to just start be instant. Like you'll know instantly which one it is. Right? So like for example, if the D is shooting like I don't know. I don't even know which patterns are possible or impossible. Like if this is like if it was facing there for this one, and then this one was facing there, I'm not even sure if that pattern is possible, but like then you know this cone would exclude the B, and then this cone would exclude the C, and so that means A is a safe spot, and that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. It's really not that bad. Like all you gotta, honestly, just the secret to this mechanic is just remember the 3 safe spots, which is these 3 places. Always these 3 places. So you guys are saying there's always one shooting middle. Okay, so you see there's only one of them that can be angled. One of them is always shooting middle. But either way, you just want to remember these 3 safe spots and ignore everything else except the 2 cones, and this will be solved fairly easily. And first mechanic is just reaction check. Second mechanic, always the same pattern every time. Just copy me. Copy me and pay me royalties. Okay, so last set. So for the last set, there's a lot. This set I think is not as hard as the 71-80 you did, but I think there's ways to die on this set. Especially depending on your job. I think if you're playing a job without an interrupt, this set is a lot harder than if you do have an interrupt. So if you're playing machinist or a tank, machinist. If you're playing a range DPS, you're hitting good. This is probably the best job for this set. If you're playing a tank, it's all right. If you're playing a job without an interrupt, I mean, it's still not that bad, but then you really gotta make sure you're paying attention to some of the mechanics there. Okay, so anyway, one thing I'll mention in just quickly. This monster, the Menin drone, if you look at the HP values, he has significantly more HP than everything else. But he's sound, so you can actually walk past him. So usually we tend to avoid this guy if we can. Just because it's kind of a waste of time to fight him. But I wouldn't like... be careful about that, because it's easy to like avoid, let's say, 2 of them in the room. And then suddenly you're in the hallway and you're like sandwiched between 2 bad rooms. And then there's a patrol that requires you to move really far, and then, you know, by moving away, you pull them. Like, be careful about that. Like, if they're in a very inconvenient spot, I would definitely still kill them. But if you can avoid it and you don't think it's gonna have repercussion later, then sure, like, you can avoid them. But yes, they have about 20. Was it like 20 to 30k more HP? Sorry, 20 to 30% more HP, something like this. Just something to keep in mind. But yes, anyway, what this monster does, he's gonna charge you 4 times. Each one is a knockback, so it's even worse than a unicorn. And then after this, he'll do a huge cleave in front of him with a light telegraph. Pretty easy monster. He's a bit like the Pudding on the previous set. He just does a massive cone shortly after entering combat. And then he just does it again every 20 seconds or so. Okay, this monster is tricky. This is a patrol and it's proximity. There's a lot of proximity monsters on this set, by the way. So sorry if you're a ninja. You're not eating so good. But okay, this guy, proximity patrol, so very annoying. So he has a specific mechanic called high voltage. So he'll do a huge point blank AoE with a late telegraph. A lot like the Ektai we fought on the previous set, right, which did the massive AoE. He does the same thing, but he's significantly more annoying because this one's a patrol and it's proximity. So like, you don't always have a say of when you're gonna fight this guy. Like, sometimes you're like in a hallway and then this guy's coming, and then there's like something else coming behind you, and then you don't have time to do anything but fight this guy. So yeah, the huge point blank AoE, basically, you will need to go into a room to avoid it. Like, you can't just stay in the hallway. It's very big. It's like 30 yalms or more. So you will have to go back into a room to avoid it. However, you can interrupt it, which is massive. A massive bonus if you can interrupt this. Because that's probably gonna save you from like... It's gonna save you from many bad situations. So if you have an interrupt, absolutely use it on this guy. If you don't have an interrupt, you need a plan when you fight this guy. You need to know where you're running to when you fight this guy, absolutely. And if you can't run away from him because it's too risky, witching Lethargy, right? Or in Lethargy, you will still need to run away from him. So like, it's probably just gonna be a witching that you can do, or like a storm or something. Like, just be very careful with this guy. If he wasn't proximity, it would not be nearly as bad, but because it's proximity, like, you sometimes just can't avoid him. Luckily, you can see him from far because the layout is very big. But yes, that is the reason why I think range DPS are very good in EO. It's this specific monster. Ortho Drone is like the sprite that we fought. So when he dies, he explodes, killing you if you're nearby. The only thing that's different is he also does a line AoE. So keep that in mind. Telegraphed. This monster does a telegraph AoE on you. After this, he does a late telegraph line AoE also on you. It's super fucking loud when he does it. You can't miss it. Just know that when you hear that very distinct noise and he faces you and he's casting something called Buster, that you don't stay in front of him because it's a line AoE. It's not that large, but it's a line AoE. Alright, Zagnai. Out of combat, this guy is a bit like the monkey. When he's out of combat, he'll do something called Beastly Roar. It's pretty big, about the size of a room and like a bit of the hallway. And this will instantly kill you. Now, unlike the monkey, it's one cast. Like, he doesn't eat bananas before anything. Like, when he casts it, he just casts it. It's one cast, right? So, keep that in mind. Keep these guys in the back of your mind. They're also like the monkey in the sense that they are kind of bad in combat. Like, they don't do anything in combat. So usually if you see this guy, you'll pull him instantly. Almost no matter what's going on. Just so you can just get rid of his out of combat danger. Ortho Thor. That's the Minotaur. He's easier than the ones on the early floors in my opinion. So he always does the same thing. First thing he does every time is gonna be a cone. It's a huge cone, you cannot outrun it. So just make sure you're behind him. And then he will always do a charge after this. After the charge, he always does the circle AoE, the swing on himself. So yes, if he doesn't, he's easier because it's easier to remember. Just remember, if he doesn't charge you, it's always a cone, which is a swipe. And then if he charges you, it's always a swing after, right? So charge, swing, or swipe. Or just swipe by itself. He'll never do like charge and swipe. It's always going to be the swing after the charge. Both I have late telegraphs, by the way. So you cannot react. You have to know. This guy does a gaze. It's a cone gaze. It doesn't look like a cone, but it's a cone gaze on telegraph. After this, he does swinge. The same thing as earlier. Just a bait cone. He's going to face you before he does it. Just make sure you don't go away from it. He always does it after his gaze, so it's very easy. Because you know it's coming. He's not gonna like surprisingly. He's not going to like pull it out like by surprise. He always does it after. A very easy monster. He does a. It's kind of a funny shape, but he does a 370-degree AoE. So basically, the only safe spot when he does the AoE is directly behind him, because everything else will be blown up by a telegraph. That's all he does. Okay, the Garm, in my opinion, is easier than the one early game. Even though he has like 6 skills, right? I think he's easier. So he works in a precise way. He will always charge you. When he charges you, he will always do one of two things. He will do Dragon's Voice or Ram's Voice. So you should know what these are by now. So it's always going to be one or the other after the charge. He's never going to like do them randomly. If he does them, it's always after the charge. So after this, he will do two things. He will either do a cone. He'll do like 2 cones, but like they're a bit angled on the left or the right, depending on if it's Dragon's Breath or Engulfing Eyes. Now, personally, I don't remember which side is what. The way I do this guy is whenever he does the cone, so whenever he's doing something that is not Dragon's Voice or Ram's Voice, whatever the cast is called, I just go behind him, and then he does the thing. And then when he's done doing it, I go back in front of him. Because if you stay behind him, he's going to do a basically elbow drop move. So like, it sounds technical, but it's not that hard. Like, essentially, if you see any cast bar, you just go behind and then you go back in front after. And then if he charges you, then you just gotta do the Dragon's Voice, Ram's Voice, right? It's not that bad. He's not that bad. You'll see. He's easier than the one early game. Also, he's not proximity, he's sight. Which is the only kind of Garm that is not proximity in the entire 3 deep dungeons. Okay, Durga can catch you off guard. He has a huge cone. He does it a little bit into the combat. Now what he does after is he does something called Brain Jack. It's a 3-second confuse effect on you. You cannot avoid it. Once he does it, he'll always do a telegraph circle AoE on you after. You always have time to run away from it. So you always have time to run out of the circle after you're confused. But the tricky part is don't get caught off guard, because he tends to do the cone right after. So like if he confuses you and you run away from him to avoid the circle AoE, he's likely to cone you right after and like basically wombo combo you, because you cannot outrun the cone if you're not close to him. So just make sure that when he confuses you, you run into him to avoid it. Because then if you run into him, then you'll be able to dodge the cone after. He's a bit of a gotcha monster. That catches a lot of people off guard. So make sure you listen to me there. Don't run away from him when you're dealing with the confused mechanic. Run into him. You'll thank me later. Okay, Feather. Feather is like the Zagnai we saw. He does an out of combat AoE that kills you. When you pull him, he's not as easy as the Zagnai. He does like basically a gaze mechanic. Just don't look at the gaze. As long as you don't look at the gaze, you're fine. If you look at the gaze, he'll combo you with a meteor move and you'll die. But he's not that bad. Now, all the monsters that do all of combat things, they have a bard with liturgy. And I will show it in the run. I will make sure to show it in the run. Just make sure if you have a liturgy that you pay a lot of attention to these guys. But don't worry, I'll show you examples. Orthonaut actually doesn't do much. He just does a frontal swipe, a late telegraph, small cone. And then he does something called Steam Clean that gives damage to himself. But he does so little damage, it doesn't matter. And then mimics are the same as they are. Now, this boss on this set has a shit ton of mechanics, as you can see. This is a legit raid boss. But more like a Buzzjaw duel, honestly. So, this boss, I might use a lot of commanders so that I can get to this boss and explain everything, like, fully. Because he has a lot of mechanics. He's not that hard, but like you really gotta understand how he works, right? You really don't understand how he works. But he's cool, by the way. This is the only deep dungeon that has a boss on 99. If you're coming from P2D and Evan High, this is the last set. But you have a boss on 99. So there is still a boss. You have one less floor to do, but you have a boss. So keep this in mind. Now, this boss, by the way, you will usually knight this boss. I would say 98% of the time you're gonna onion knight this boss, which makes the boss pretty fast. If you don't dread or anything, it's gonna make the boss around like 7 minutes, 7:30, something like that. But in our case, we're gonna be probably fighting this guy longer. We'll see. Okay, so there was a lot to talk about. Let's jump into it. And yes, I will try and fight everything at least once, but I will also make sure I get to the boss with plenty of time because I want to show his mechanics in depth. Alright. Of course, we've got raising. Use it. So this set, there tends to be a crap ton of patrols around. So make sure you take care of any patrol you can find fast. So this is the guy I was talking about. So this is proximity patrol. He opens with high voltage. So you can interrupt this, and of course I can. I just want to show you the size of this. It's quite big. It's like a room and a bit of a hallway. Which essentially means if you fight in a hallway, this guy will push you into a room. Now, after high voltage, he's basically like the UT. He's going to do basically a point blank or a donut. Range is in. And then if he did the surrounding, repelling cannon, then it would be out. Very easy. If you just look at the names, you can remember easily. High voltage. So this time I'll show you the power of having an interrupt. Which is I can just do this. And this is mighty useful. Like, it doesn't look like a big deal when I'm by the spawn room, but like, trust me, this is very useful. Repelling is out. The timing for this one is not as tight as the UT's surrounding burst, so you have plenty of time to move out. Alright, let's try. So this guy does a cone, a big cone, that's all he does. Pretty easy monster. This thing, very big, so you have no hope of outrunning this. Now I should be fighting elsewhere because I should be like checking the key, right? I just want to kill like every kind of monster, so I'm gonna just work in this room. Okay, so this is the drone. He has more HP than the Hurricanes and he's sound. When you enter combat, he's gonna push you 4 times. I'll let him push me in the room. So you can see this pushes you quite far, right? So you definitely want to be facing a wall when he's doing this. And then after the charges, he always does this, basically this cleave attack. So the best way to fight this guy is you just kind of like put your back towards the wall. Now, because he pushes you 4 times, it's probably still gonna push you like a little bit on the side, right? You know, even if you try not getting pushed in the direction, it's still gonna push you a little bit in the side. Just be ready for that. You can arm's length the pushback. See, there's a patrol coming there. It's just still a patrol, right? Always kind of like just peek at if there's another patrol around. In this case, there is not. So I will show you the range of this again. If you start running as it starts casting it, you're fine. If you're a bit late on your reaction, make sure you pop sprint to be safe. If you have an interrupt, highly recommend you interrupt this. If you like don't have to interrupt it, then okay, you can maybe not interrupt it just in case like something else is coming. But like if it would put you in any amount of danger to like run away, then always interrupt for sure. Like, you know, in that case I could have definitely, you know, ran away, but in this there's obviously no danger in wasting my interrupt there, so that's why I'm doing it. Okay, these guys, they explode when they die, but when they're alive, they just do a line AoE on you, telegraph. Pretty easy. By the way, none of these monsters' damage is very high. That's why I haven't really mentioned it. Like all of these, you can do all of these without steal on the DPS very easily. Even in Gloom, you could do it without steal. The only thing that would scare me a bit is MMH. So don't forget, when he dies, he explodes. So see, self-detonate, he's gonna explode. Let me show you. Like this. Make sure you do not forget. And even if I tell you to not forget, you will forget. So I'm sorry in advance, as I have forgotten many times. It's such a unique mechanic that you never see, that you will forget. Like it's inevitable. So a lot of these monsters are proximity, by the way. I recommend you check on the compendium, which is linked in the description. Remember, you check the compendium if you want to memorize what each one is. But on this set, a lot of proximity monsters, a lot. And yes, of course, like you said, Furion, if you have a liturgy running, the explosion is delayed. Don't forget about it, even if you have a liturgy running. So this guy is very easy, just does a cone, as you can see. I do recommend on this set and the previous set, you as soon as you find the key, just make sure you book to the key and kill everything around it. Because very regularly, the key opens, but you have like a bunch of proximity things between you and the key. So make sure you clean the way to the key ASAP. Very important. This guy can be stunned, by the way. The Ortho drone cannot be stunned, but if you get a petrify while he's exploding, then yes, it will stop the explosion from happening. Essentially, like remember the snake that explodes and gives you vuln. Like that guy, if you stunned him before the explosion, it would not explode. It's the same principle with the Ortho Drone and the Sprite. The difference is you can't stun it yourself, but like if Dodra petrifies it for you, then it's the same idea. Like the being stunned prevents the explosion from happening. So we got pretty lucky first floor. I would say having only 2 patrols is pretty lucky. As we go higher on this set, the patrol count will keep increasing, and it will get ridiculous, alright? Now, I'm not even kidding, you're gonna get floors with like probably 8 patrols, and you're probably gonna get like 5 floors like that. Very high patrol rate. If you were able to keep some dreads, that's really convenient, because it makes the patrol floors a lot easier. As you can see, time isn't good. That's fine. The kill counts tend to be pretty high on this set. Usually 8 or 9 get out. Probably 8 on average. Please don't explode, don't forget. I actually recommend you say that out loud every time you fight one of these guys. That's my... Personally, that's what I do. I always say out loud. Alright, so let's just use stuff. Let's use an altar. I mean, at this point, there's no reason to keep your pawns, right? Even though I've used so much, I still have all of this to use. Okay, so see, this is a combination you really never want to do. No item, no ability. Almost no circumstance where you want to do this. In this case, we have a Dodra, so we're gonna Dodra this floor. This is gonna work out perfectly. If I had not found this Dodra, I probably would have used a Knight or a Serenity. Up to me. I probably would have used a Knight personally, because I value Serenity a little more. Well, in this case, we got free Serenity, so I mean, you know, I'll use that too, but... No, there's multiple ways to do every floor. So like in that case, I have good Witchings and Liturgy. I can definitely risk a silver in the middle of the room like this. No, I'm more interested in spotting monsters I haven't fought yet rather than actually showing like good time management there, because it's very likely you're gonna get to this set and you'll have too much stuff to clear, right? Like it's probably what's gonna happen. So it's pointless for me to like focus too much on like what you should use when. Just use your pawns, use the ones at 3, use the ones at 2, just keep following the same order, and then whenever you have bad debuffs, just think of like what would be good to use right now. And I would say Serenity is your like... Serenity is like last in the priority of things. Like Serenity is probably the last thing you want to put down to 2, and then the last thing you want to put down to 1, etc. Do make sure you keep the Knight. You keep 1 Knight for the boss. Do make sure. This is not a boss you want to do with no pawns. And no clone. Especially not no clone. Yeah, little trick. If you have a Dodra and you don't have an interrupt on your job, he's gonna petrify during the high voltage, basically interrupting it. There's a clone there. I obviously don't want to deal with that. Be very careful with clones. Very, very careful. If you accidentally pull this guy and then you revive and he kills you like again, things, man, you can lose your run in like a flash of a second. Like, even though you have all these resources, you could lose a run in like 10 seconds just from dying twice to him. Very careful. Alright, let's chill the patrol. always want to make sure that you know, like this, the clone list, it has the same rule set of like, you know, moving every 20 seconds, always tends to move in the backward direction. It's the same rules. The only difference is like that one you really gotta respect. Like you gotta respect the rules, right? Because you cannot mess up this one. See, that's even with an explosion, absolutely do not go for the shred piece. Like, even if it explodes, you don't want to do that. Do I think it's worth to storm a Dread Beast just for the buff? And if so, when? No, I do not think it's worth it. There's no circumstance where I would storm a Dread Beast, like only the Dread Beast for the buff. See there? Gotta be careful. Like the buff, don't get me wrong, the buff is nice, but it's too risky to go for it. And then even if you were, like, let's say you were behind on time, let's say you are at risk of timing out or something, that even then you wouldn't storm the Dread Beast because you would rather storm a floor, you know? Like there's just no situation where it's the correct call. Like the only situation where it's the correct call is if you were gonna storm anyway, and then you're like, maybe you're willing to use a witch chain, an extra witch chain, right, to kill him safely in the storm. Like that's the only real case where that would happen. Alright, let's just fly. Let's have once. If a Dread Beast just happens to spawn on a no auto hill floor, you're celebrating though, right? Yes, I mean if you get it on a no regen, well, enjoy your buff. Enjoy your buff. That would be lucky. So we got treasure room there. Go to certainty, why not? If you have a treasure room on the last set, not a bad idea to side just to see where the key is. Just to kind of like know if you'll have to deal with it. In our case, we don't have to deal with it. So by the way, these guys, the Zag boys, these are the ones that explode. I'll just wait and show you. We'll use a clone because we have 3 too. So see Beastly Roar, this is the AoE. This will one-shot you. Be very careful. So I'm gonna pull a Gozu. This guy always opens with cone. Swipe like this. And then he will only ever do the swing, the point blank, after he charges you. Never if he doesn't charge you. So there, as soon as he charges you, you move away. Very easy to remember. And then whenever he's doing something and he has not charged you, it's always a cone. Very easy to remember. So then now he has not charged me, I know it's the cone. Try to interrupt this one. Gonna interrupt this one too. Make sure, by the way, if you find multiple of these guys in a row, make sure your interrupt is actually up. Because if you think it's up and then it's not, you're dead from this. Or like, if you're a tank, you can invuln, I guess, but if you're a DPS, you're dead. These guys are sound, you can just walk past them. I mean, if you don't have to kill it and it's not gonna be a problem to leave him alive, feel free to do so. Okay, remember that there's a lot of proximity monsters, so like getting to the key fast is very beneficial. Now this is flighted in this case, so you know the odds of like getting blocked are much lower, but it's still a good idea to get to the key fast. Do the drones explode when they're witched? No, they do not. If you witch a drone, it will not explode when it dies. Same as the sprite. Same exact thing as the sprite when I showed it off earlier. If it dies during the witch, or you witch after it dies, then it will not explode. Wow, we have 3 storms. We have a lot of... definitely a score seed. Oh, I should not have stunned. I want to show what this guy does. So this guy, when you pull him, he's gonna do a circle AoE. You're gonna see it again. It's telegraph, very simple. Let me stop attacking. So this is the simple thing. Whenever he faces you and he starts doing like bzzz, it's gonna be very obvious, right? Right, this is a line AoE. It's a small one. Just make sure you move aside or behind. But yes, that's just a line AoE. Ooh, 6 kill. Very rare. Pretty rare. A 6 kill flight is very rare. It can go up to 7 if we're really unlucky. But yes, I guess I'll show you again the witching on this guy because I have to fight him anyway. So earlier I showed you that if you witch when he's dead, it will basically cancel his explosion. But if you witch him before he dies, it's also true. So that's what I'll do there. So if I do this, and then I kill him while he's witched, then he will not explode. Like this. Also, a little side note, whenever there's a monster that explodes, like these guys in the sprites, the key only gets updated once they actually explode, right? So like if you kill him, especially under a lethargy, if you kill him and it takes 20 seconds to explode, you don't actually know if that kill got you out until he explodes. Just something to keep in mind. Like it only refreshes when he's dead, like dead. HP down, doesn't matter. Even if I was a DPS, wouldn't matter still. Another treasure room. So see, Zagnai, very careful. They look a bit like the Sphinx, so if you see a Zagnai, preferably pull it ASAP. If you can reach any amount of Zagnais, without like pulling something else, just pull them instantly because they do very low damage. You can easily tank them on DPS. Just pull them and then kill them like this. I'm not gonna steal just so you can see the amount of damage I'm taking. So see the patrol I was talking about? That's 1, 2, 3, and I think I saw 2 more patrols going the other way. There's at least 5 patrols on this floor, and it's only gonna keep increasing. So pay good attention to your surroundings. Oh yeah, by the way, these guys, they put this marker on you, but this is more of like a thing this is a mechanic in groups. Solo, it's just a weak 10 buster. I believe in a group it pushes people around you like back, but in solo it doesn't matter. Yeah, feathers, I would not pull the feathers like that, but the Zagnals I would. I think if you can reach one, just pull it and then don't even like no matter what you're gonna do, just pull it, because then it's gonna die anyway, right? He's a good monster to fight when you're tanking, because then you can just tank and fight him for free while you're tanking. In that case, we still don't know where the key is, by the way, so it would be a great time to sight again. Because essentially, I'm not sure if I'll need to get through the treasure room or not. No, I kind of want to fight the Gozu again, just to show you guys. So I will. Remember, he always does the swipe by itself. Swipe is like swiping your credit card, so you know it's a line, it's in front, it's a cone. And then he only does a swing after a charge. So you know this is always swing. There's no RNG there. It's always swing after the charge. And it's always swipe if he just does it by itself. No RNG, which is why it's easier in my opinion than most monsters. It's a very set in stone pattern. No charge, always a cone. He's there, by the way, so we don't need to deal with that treasure room. So something you might do, like let's say you pull some Zagnai on you, right? And you probably have 2 or 3 of them on you, and then you're like, you're still not sure what you want to do. Well, you can just do a Witching Storm if you have the storms to spare. If you have the Witchings to spare and the storms to spare, you could do a Witching Storm, you could do a Lethargy Storm. I could Lethargy, you know, pull the Mimage Storm. There's many options. In this case, let's do a Witching Storm. It's not rare that you can do something like this with like patrols around, because usually patrols, they all converge on you, right? So you can do something like this. You just pull a bunch of monsters on you. If you're a DPS, make sure you keep your health healthy, especially if you need a steal. Check for it. And then this guy, might as well pull this guy too. Oh, he's too far, whatever. Let's just check this. The Onion Knight. And now when the Witching is about to expire, just make sure you use a Storm. Like this. Now, keep in mind, if there was a drone in that hole, it would explode since I waited, right? So, there was a drone, you probably wouldn't wait for them to come out of the Witching. See, we got a Gloom Ace there. If there's a bad debuff, very rarely do we want to actually fight this. This case we'll use Onion Knight because it's free. I have a Doga. So Onion Knight, that's the first time I use it. Very high damage. Very, very high damage. So he's gonna like make quick work of the monsters. If you ever go below 50% HP, he will heal you. Now keep in mind, he will only heal you if you go below 50%. So on tank, that's really whatever. If you're a DPS though, there's definitely some monsters, especially if there's a Gloom, that will combo you like from like, let's say 60% to 0%. So be careful about that. For example, the Gozu is pretty high damage. The Garm is pretty high damage. They're not gonna kill you if you just fight a 1v1. But if you're fighting it no item, yeah, it could combo you from like 60% HP or so. Always swipe when he's not charging. But as you can see, the damage that the Onion Knight does is insane. Also, this is Gloom. Keep in mind, Gloom increases the movement speed of monsters, which includes patrols. So these patrols are moving 50% faster right now, which is why they're like, you know, moving all over the place. So if you got a Gloom on the higher set, you definitely should expect a bad time with the patrols. Alright, so the Garm always opens with a charge plus Dragon or Ram. I'm not gonna do damage this time just to show you more mechanics. So it's gonna be Dragon or Ram. After this, don't be behind him, because if you are, he might do the elbow drop. Not always, but he might do it. Now, whatever he casts, you just want to go behind and go back in front. No matter what it is. It's RNG, by the way, if he's gonna do like more things or if he's gonna charge you again. But if he Ram's voice or Dragon's voice you, it's always after the charge. Like, he's never gonna just let it rip randomly. It's always after a charge. Exactly like the Gozu and the swing. The Gozu only swings after a charge. The Garm only Dragon Rams after a charge. Got another Dread Beast, by the way. So this guy is a pizza. He has a pizza cone. Sorry, pizza telegraph. Just go behind him like this. Very easy. This guy does a gaze followed by a cone. The gaze is actually a cone too. Like if I go behind him and I look at him, it's fine. Just look away if you want to be safe. Then he'll turn towards you and do a big cone, swinge. Just don't get hit. Very easy monster too. Never forget about the Zaggies. The Zaggies. preferably pull it. Like, if there's a chance you're gonna be around that room in the future, pull it. In that case, not really, but just to show the example. Like, if there's any chance you're gonna be around that room in the future, I would recommend you just pull it. Even if you just pull it and just kind of like keep cutting away with it, at least you're doing something. So there's one there. By the way, same idea as earlier. If you're like... If you're in that room or like near that room for some reason, and this is rare that it happens because you almost always want to pull these guys when you see them, but like if it starts casting, you always can just pull it and it will interrupt the cast, saving you. So just a heads up. But it's rare that this happens because unless it's a treasure room situation, because like usually if you see them, you pull them. Very rarely do you leave them alive. So I'll show you this guy again. On pull, he does a telegraph circle. After this, he'll do the very loud which is a line AoE. Buster something. This Citadel Buster. So the Guardians, but we're already out, so it doesn't really matter. To say there's another clone there. How many clones have we found? Probably like 8 at this point. Very common, very common. Got a Mimic. Now you're gonna see the damage my Onion Knight is doing against this guy. It's gonna be... I don't have a strength, and this is Loon. And he's gonna destroy this guy in like record times. I don't know if you recall earlier, I had a Doga, and I got to see the second box when the Petri ended. So he was alive for like 40 seconds after. This guy is dead within 20 seconds, if even dead. Okay, and remember, there's one less floor to do. So right now we're on 96, but we only have to do 96, 97, 98. So there's only 3 floor left. Now I obviously win with what I have, but yeah, just keep that in mind. Always check for patrols real quick. There's a patrol there. So there's gonna be a lot of patrols. That's unavoidable. I'm just trying to see if I could show something, but I don't think this floor is gonna be it. So let's just Doga there. Take care of the patrols. Now, I obviously could dread my way to the end, right? But obviously, I just want to show you guys every monster. Remember, no charge is always a cone. Charge means it's going to be the circle. Something that might happen often, by the way, in your runs is you're gonna get to the last set and you are able to keep a dread for the last boss. If so, I mean, go ahead, keep the dread for the last boss. Charge a Rams or Dragon, in this case Rams. Go back close, stay in front so he doesn't do the elbow drop. And imagine there's no Petri involved, but like just stay in front to not provoke him into doing the elbow drop. Okay, whatever he's doing, go behind. You don't care which one it is, just go behind, go back in front. And then you just do that little dance. This guy does absolutely nothing. He does a small cone. It's a bit like Glass Punch, essentially. I'll let him do it. Okay, well, never mind. There's a lot of patrols. Like, obviously, this is your run right now. You would Storm, because it's a no regen. Obviously. But, I mean, even if it wasn't no regen, you would probably Lethargy, Dread, Lethargy. Like, you have so many options at this point. It's really up to you. So anyway, this guy, when he does a swipe, it's a cone. And then when he does Steam Clean, this is a damage buff. But it does so little damage that it really doesn't matter. You can even stun him to like prevent this, but who cares? Alright, go again. Charge, followed by Dragon or Rams. Always the same. He'll do it, he'll do it. Imagine I pulled him 10 seconds later. So Shard, it's the donut or the other one. Now just make sure you stand in front. Whatever he does, go behind. Behind. If he does anything and it's not a charge, you always go behind, and then once it resolves, you go back. Right? I'll pull this guy without actually triggering Dodra this time, so you can actually see the mechanics more. So charge. In or out. In this case, in. Just make sure you stay in front. Alright, just stay in front, whatever he does. Alright, see any cast, go behind, no matter what it is. Alright, go back in front. If he does anything that is not the charge, you always go behind. If he does a charge, then you know it's the Ram's voice, Dragon's voice. In this case, it's Ram's voice. And it's very easy to fight. Also, this guy specifically is not proximity, he's sight, so... for this reason, he's easy to avoid if you have to avoid him. Alright, stand in front no matter what happens, until you see a cast bar. Ah, see there, he decided to charge again, so we know it's the Ram's voice or Dragon's voice. Etc. It's kind of RNG which one he's gonna do. Like, he has a few patterns, but whenever he does a pattern, it's the same thing, right? So he might charge you twice, but he's never gonna do like charge, Ram's voice, Ram's voice. It's always gonna be charge, one of the two. Okay, this guy opens with a cone. I wish I had not pulled him with Dodra though, because it's gonna be hard to show. He always opens with a cone, a big cone like this. After his cone, he will always do a confuse called Brain Jack. I'll show you properly on the next one, but let's just show this one. We'll do something called Brain Jack. This is a 3-second confuse. You cannot avoid this. Now what you want to do when this goes off, go towards him to avoid this. Because he's gonna combo you with a cone after. So like, obviously what's gonna happen if you don't do this, and by the way, you can see the insane amount of patrols. There's like, what, 10 on this floor? At least. So let me show you what happens. I should not have a pull though with Provoke. I'll show you on the next one. Let's just do this one again. Cone. Trying to beat the Brain Jack next. Always have time to run out. Alright, one sec. I need to make sure he's not coming my way. Yes, let's just chill him then. Be very careful with Dodra Petri again. Even now, I'm not sure if he charged me or not, so I'm just gonna pay attention to whatever he's doing. See there? See how glitchy that was? That's why you gotta be careful with Dodra. Whatever he does, go behind. And then go back in front to not cause the elbow drop. Alright, so let me show you what happens if you do this guy improperly, which is a way that everyone dies. Even me. So yeah, you pull him, right? It's easy. You know there's a cone, alright? You just go behind. Okay, so now what happens if... So he's gonna Brain Jack you, and what you're gonna be tempted to do is run away from him, right? You're like, oh shit, I'm gonna run away. And then you're running away, and then he's gonna combo you with the cone after. Right? Like this. Like if you keep running away, you're gonna be caught by the cone, and also the timing at which he does the cone will vary, right? Sometimes he'll do it right after, sometimes he'll wait a few seconds and do it right. It depends how many attacks he missed between like the pull and now. So just always run towards him to avoid the Brain Jack. Confused, you just look at him and you press W or whatever it is on your controller and you run towards him. Like this. Every time. So let me side there just so I can see where the key is. I think I explained quite a lot on this floor. As you see, there's endless patrols. Obviously would have stormed this. So there's 2 floors left. The boss takes about... you should be on the key to the boss with around 8 minutes 30 on most jobs. 9 minutes if you want to be very safe. But in this case, we don't have to care about debuffs. Gloom, by the way, it really fucks with your vision. As you can see a lot less far with Gloom. So just something to keep in mind. Now, I want to like show you guys something specific, but I need to like prepare the floor for it. If that makes sense. So I'm just gonna dread this. I've shown you everything except the fitter at this point. Treasure room. I'm gonna dread. So a treasure room on this set, always be careful of like monsters that do like exploding mechanics, such as the fitter. This is one such monster. This is lethargy, of course, but if it wasn't lethargy, then you like ran in with your dread. Very common way to die. You just kind of like get comboed. Yeah, I can pull with Wrecking Ball, but like keep in mind if I do that, I'm gonna pull all the monsters in AoE. But yes, you're correct. You can definitely pull with the Wrecking Ball. Like this. Just make sure you acknowledge the fact that it's an AoE move, and it will pull everything in AoE. Okay, so I want to show you guys something about the fitters. So the fitters is exactly like the Zagnal we saw, right? It just explodes, out of combat, one shot, blah blah blah. Now I want to show you something, a combination, not a combination, but a something that can happen with lethargy specifically. So you see, if I go far from a monster, it like unaggros, right? You see that? It like disappears. Because it's like out of render range. Now, we're gonna wait until I can see the AoE, okay? Until I can see this guy doing an AoE. And what I'm gonna do is I'll run just out of the render range, then I'll go back in the render range, alright? Let's just wait. It's a bug. Alright, so see? He's casting. Okay, you see Telegraph? Alright. Now I unrendered him and I went back in. Oh, look at that. He's not casting anymore. Isn't that kind of interesting? See, he's not casting. Oh, look at that. He actually did cast it. So that's something you gotta be careful. If you have a lethargy running and you just so happen to have the perfect timing where he starts casting while you don't see him, and then you run in his range and he started casting already, this will happen where he explodes, but you don't actually see the telegraph for it. That's a bug, and they are unwilling to fix it. So just keep that in the back of your head. We call this the fitter bug. It only really happens if you have a lethargy. Because if you don't have a lethargy, it's like... you can still cause this, but then you're not gonna get close enough for it to actually kill you, right? And I'll fight a fitter just to show you what it does. So fitter, when you fight it, is actually just gonna do this gaze mechanic. This. It's this. Just don't look at him. Easy. And I believe at this point I've shown you every monster. To see this, we are meant to see the circle AoE, right? It's just if you are out of render range and then you enter the render range after it already started casting, basically your client doesn't know that information, but he's still blowing up. You just don't know. So how do you avoid that? If you have a lethargy on these floors, and you're likely to do, if you have a lethargy on these floors, I would recommend you just if you know you ran a big distance and there's like fitters or like Zagnals, you know, like anything that blows up out of combat, just get close to the room but far enough to not die and wait like 10 seconds, and if within these 10 seconds they have not exploded, you're fine. All right, that's just the way you should do it. But you have to keep this in the back of your mind because it can kill you easily. Alright, so this floor I have nothing else to show you guys, so I'm just gonna dread and get to the boss because I want to have a lot of time to explain. Alright, because at this point we've seen everything. Let's just lethargy. Now we'll do a bit of a out of the scope of this guide kind of pull, but so see these guys, I have a lethargy. I'm just gonna like stay back. Okay, no, they're casting, but they're not bug. You can also interrupt them like this, of course. We can certainty. She's there. See how many patrols there are? Kind of crazy, right? Alright, so this boss, I got a lot to talk about. So lots of mechanics on this boss. He's gonna repeat his cycle many times. So what I'll do is I'll use Onion Knight, and I'll just not do damage, basically. So I can explain everything properly. Or I'll do a bit of damage, but I'm not gonna focus on doing damage too much. So I highly recommend you Onion Knight this guy. If you don't have an Onion Knight, it's gonna take longer, maybe like 10 minutes or something with Doja. I do recommend you Onion Knight though. I do recommend you Steel and Strength if you can afford it. Steel is more important if you're a DPS. You can still do the mechanics, you just need to be full HP at all times if you don't have a Steel. Okay, so this guy, when the fight starts, he's gonna basically just show you the mechanics without actually doing the entire cycle. This guy has an ice-fire, like he has an ice-fire switching mechanic, essentially. So whenever he does paradox summon, you'll get ice or fire. In this case, we're ice. And the way this works is you are vulnerable to this element, okay? So right now, I'm vulnerable to ice. Now, Caliburni is just a bunch of swords, and they'll recoil back. And then, because we're ice, we're vulnerable to ice. So we don't want to be on the ice side. We want to be on the fire side. Always the opposite. Like this. Now the swords, they always bounce back. So make sure you just kind of like imagine them bouncing back like this. So he's just showing us what it's like. After this, he's going to show us the in-out mechanic. He's going to do 2 casts. This is called the Mission Blade. It's going to do a random mechanic and then in or out at the same time. If it's solid, you have to be out because it's solid, right? And if it's empty, you gotta be in because it's empty. Now, at the same time, he always does this red thing or like triangles. If you stand on the enter cardinals, you can avoid both of them easily. Now the fight starts for real. Caliburni is the same sort thing. It's like a triple shape and they'll bounce back. Keep that in mind. There's 3 sets of swords. Okay, now I'll get an element, and so will the swords. So I'm ice, and he's doing ice. However, I need to be the opposite of what he's doing, because otherwise he'll kill me. So I need to be fire. How am I fire? I line up with the fire swords, and I'll let the fire swords hit me. And at the same time, he'll do the solid or empty mechanic that he just did earlier, right? So all of this is happening at the same time. And you just want to plan things for you to be the opposite of what he's going to do. After this, he will do 1 of 2 mechanics depending on if you're ice or fire. Now in this case, I'm ice, and there is a safe spot for ice. All of this shit is going to be happening around me. However, there are some safe spots, and I'll show you after the fight, but it's like on this little, like, you know, this little corner there is always safe from every pattern. So, and then he wraps it up with doing this, and you just want to be in the opposite. All right, so don't panic. I will do this this whole thing again. So I never did show a safe spot, so I'll just interrupt the fight very briefly and show you a picture of them. As you can see, it's very easy if you just look at the floors and you recognize the pattern. There's like these little almost triangle shaped things on the floors. There's 8 of them. And then wherever I put the green dot is a safe spot. So there's 8 safe spots. Very easy. Just look at this picture and look at me doing the mechanic in the fight, in the video. And you'll get down the safe spot very, very easily. It's a very simple safe spot to remember. Now the fight is this cycle. Now it's gonna reset. He goes in the middle. He's gonna look at me and do the sword move. Caliburni, sorry. I like to stand somewhere between these 2 arrows. It's gonna be 3 sides, which will bounce back. After this, it's the element. It's gonna give me and the swords an element. I am ice, and I just checked the swords. Now E is fire, which means I don't want to switch because I'm already the correct element. If I'm the correct element, there's a safe spot between all of them, and I want to be in this safe spot. After this, it's in or out. In this case, it's out because it's solid. And then he always does this or a triangle thing. We have not seen the triangle yet, but we'll see it. Okay, now when we're fire, he'll do a puddle mechanic. This is the most dangerous mechanic to fight. He'll do fire puddles on the ground. The way I dodge them personally, I'll show you. I kind of like just am diagonal to this one, and then once it explodes, I start running in circle like this. Like this. It's very scary, but I've never failed it yet, so it's not inconsistent or anything. After this, it's just you just have to be in the opposite, right? In this case, we need to be ice. All right, not so bad, right? So we'll just do this again. Same thing. He's gonna start with Excalibur. Just be somewhere between these 2 arrows. Max melee, Excalibur. All right, do this. If you're like a little off center like this, you have time to adjust. 3 sets. After this, gives me an element and the swords too. So in that case, I am fire. Now I need to check what is he. He is frost. That means I don't need to switch. And I don't switch by standing next to a sword, and it always gonna be a safe spot, like this. Now he's doing empty. Empty is in, so I go in. Oh, in this case, it's the triangle, so I just made sure I'm like in a safe spot, like this. Now we have ice. Ice there's many safe spots. It's always like, you see this little triangle shape. You always stand on the tip like that, and this is always a safe spot. Safe from everything. Always. No exception. After this, fire or ice. In this case, fire. Always want to be the opposite. Just remember that you gotta be the opposite. That's the easiest way to solve this fight without having to think about it too much. You always want to be the opposite. So again, Excalibur, which by the way, he always faces you when he does it. It's not like a set direction. So just make sure you're like somewhere between the 2 arrows, max melee. Alright, next is gonna give distribute the elements. Just quite obvious because everything becomes ice and fire. Alright, so I am fire. No, I just wanted to see where the swords are real quick. Alright, so he's doing frost. That means I do not need to switch because I'm already the opposite. What do? I stand near any of the sets of swords in the safe spot. He's doing empty. That means I need to be in. And then I'm sure I'm ready. I just make sure I'm ready to either move for the red ones or move for the triangles. Now it's ice again. I'm gonna stop doing damage because I would like to see the puddles. There we go, safe spot. Don't move. Do not move. When he moves, don't move yet. You have to wait for these to actually explode, then you can move. So we need to be on the fire side. Plenty of time to move there, so don't stress. And then he just goes back in the middle. Same thing. Excalibur somewhere between the 2 arrows. Alright, to reset the swords. Now he's gonna give us an element. Alright, we are fire. Now what is he? He is flame force, so he's fire. I need to be the opposite, so I need to find the ice swords. Preferably I would have seen them before. I need to be on the edge so I don't get hit by all of them. Alright, now I go in because it's empty. And then I just check to make sure that I dodge the triangles or the red things. Like this. And now I'm fire, so he's gonna do the puddles again. Perfect. So puddles again. It's always the same pattern. And it's always the same way I avoid it. I just go diagonal and then I just spin around. I wait for the first one to explode and then I spin around like this. If you're a tank, you can always invuln, right? If you're scared, but it really shouldn't hit you if you just do it like this every time. And then we just do the correct thing, which is to be on ice. Like this. And that's the fight. Not too bad, right? Pretty cool fight. Good music too. Now, if you kill this boss, you need about a minute 30 seconds to get to the... I'm actually gonna hurry up, right? I'm gonna show you the time it takes. You need about a minute 30 seconds to get to the key. Sorry, the end game. If that's your first time up there, feel free to pause the video there if you don't want to spoil for yourself what it looks like, but there it is. It's very beautiful. My favorite endgame floor 100 area. By far. I think BOTD is pretty sick, but I think this one is my favorite, personally. It looks very, very grandiose, right? And yes, it's about a minute 30 of a run, so it's a pretty long run. So you want to get to the boss, like I said, you want to be on the key to get to the boss at about like 9 minutes, 8:30, something around this. If you have a dread, of course, it's even faster. And of course, I could have dreaded. Now, if you're curious, the time it takes you for your Onion Knight to solo the boss entirely is 10 minutes flat. So technically, if you go to this boss and you want to put 100% of your attention on like killing the boss, then you need to have basically 12 minutes. Like Onion Knight will solo this boss in 10 minutes if you do 0 damage. So just a little thing that might help you. And there you go. That's your Claire. That's your Once and Future King / Queen. That's the title you get from there. It's definitely a lot closer to a raid than it is to like POTD Level High. It depends, right? If you don't have a lot of experience, you might think this is very similar to POTD Level High, but it's actually quite different. I mean, it's the same systems, right? But it plays a lot different than them. This is way closer to just a raid execution-wise. A dungeon, right? Almost. And yeah, that's how you clear this place. And then once you exit, you can leave with this. You can also just stay there and take screenshots. At this point, once you've clicked this thing, your title is... You have your title. You've got it. You got the achievement. At this point, even if you DC'd, all you would not get from a DC is getting a score, right? Which, if you didn't score, you probably don't care about. But yes, it's you can do what you want there. You've got your title. Once you go outside, you can set it up. And there you go. That's the scorecard.